30 on a Sunday. And first thing I'm going to ask if there are any announcements from any departments or anything. Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been joined by several people this morning. I wanted to introduce, and they'll be helping us out through the rest of the meeting, frankly. We have Jason Sikoski, the Management Coordinator from the Interior Region. Next to him is Lincoln Perrett, the Interior Region Regional Supervisor. Next to him is Mark Birch, our Assistant Director. He'll be involved with some of the waterfowl proposals. Boy, we got a lot of people. I hope I don't mess this up. Out in the audience, we have Nick Fowler. He is our previous Kenai area biologist. Now he's and I don't know, he does a lot of stuff with numbers now, but he's still here, so that's good. And I think that's it, but we will have some additional folks in and out throughout the day. Also, the commissioner spoke with him this morning. He has some personal business to address this morning, maybe down this afternoon, but we'll see how that all works out.
Thank you very much for that. And I think right now we'll call our next testifier. It's AC from Ketchikan, and it's Bo Dale.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
You're loud and clear. Take it away whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, sir. Hey, Mr. Chair, members of the board, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm calling in today to testify on behalf of the Ketchikan Advisory Committee. To introduce myself, my name is Bo Dale. I chair the local advisory committee in Ketchikan. I'm a self-employed small business owner. My wife and I are both fourth-generation Alaskans, and we have 3 sons who we are raising in this great state. Like many Alaskans, fishing and hunting are important to our way of life. We eat fish and game most nights for dinner, and I usually eat leftovers for lunch at work the next day. When we travel, our friends and relatives look forward to us bringing some tastes of Alaska with us to share. To fill the game side of my freezer, I primarily hunt for deer and mountain goat, and have also hunted for elk and sheep over the years. When it comes to issues relating to hunting birds or other big game species, or proposals related to trapping, I tend to defer to the insights of some of our other committee members who have experience in these areas, because my opinions on those subjects are purely from an observation standpoint. During our advisory committee meeting on February 13th, we took up discussion on a handful of statewide game proposals we thought were relevant for our region. Here's what we came up with. On Proposal 85, seeking to change the definition for migratory bird hunting guide services to include transporter services, we unanimously opposed this, citing that there are already laws in place to regulate this, and this proposal would make it more difficult to participate and would add complexity to the regulations. This is a statewide proposal that seems to stem from more of a localized issue. On Proposal 86, to require the mandatory harvest reporting of sea ducks, we unanimously opposed this as well and had similar comments to 85. On Proposal 87, to restrict the use of boats for hunting waterfowl, we unanimously opposed this as well, and again, the comments were similar to our discussion on 85. On Proposal 90, to require all goat hunters to pass an online mountain goat quiz prior to hunting, we unanimously supported this. This is already in place in our area, so this would create uniformity and regulation across different regions, and we all agreed that it's a good idea. Harvesting nannies can be detrimental to mountain goat populations, and besides illustrating how to ID males and females, this quiz also portrays other no-shoot situations where goats are positioned in potentially unrecoverable scenarios or at poor shot angles, etc. Raising awareness about these facets of mountain goat hunting before people go afield is pretty logical and might help save some folks from getting themselves in over their heads, on top of helping them better identify billies from nannies. Because it really takes a lot of experience looking at mountain goats to know what it is you're looking at. If I've learned anything during my experiences hunting mountain goats, it's that if you do it long enough, somebody is inevitably going to mistake a nanny for a billy and will at some point find themselves in an uncomfortable situation on the mountain due to the terrain where these tasty critters live. I certainly know that I have. On Proposal 122, to allow proxy hunting for plains bison statewide, we unanimously opposed this. We see bison hunting, it's an introduced species, and although there's a lot of good meat on a bison, we see these hunts as more trophy hunts than meat hunts, And we think this proposal is a way for some people to stack the odds of gaining an opportunity to hunt these animals. On proposal 123 to allow remuneration to be provided to proxy hunters, we unanimously opposed this. We did have some positive discussion on it. Gas is expensive and time is certainly valuable as well, but ultimately we decided that proxy hunting is more about goodwill and charity, and that this might open up a can of worms and have unintended consequences. On proposal 124 to define the term permanent dwelling to permanent domicile for the purpose of bear baiting, we opposed this with a split vote of 4 to 5. There was discussion about some areas that are currently off limits to bait sites because of more or less uninhabited structures nearby, and how some of those areas are desirable for bear baiters and really wouldn't pose a threat or give an unfair advantage to anybody. I personally didn't like the idea of somebody being able to run a bait station in close proximity to our family cabin, which we all spend a lot of time at during the summer, but nobody lives there year round. Right now, we don't have a lot of bears in our neighborhood, and I would like to keep it that way and not entice them to come sniffing around. On 126, to allow the use of electronically enhanced night vision and forward-looking infrared devices for taking fur bearers statewide, we opposed this 1 to 8. This didn't really seem like it would benefit anyone in our region, but it could certainly create issues for law enforcement. On proposal 129 to establish a minimum standard of centerfire cartridges for taking big game, we oppose this unanimously. Personally, I think there's a lot of good heavy for caliber 22 caliber bullets out there nowadays, and I look forward to taking my boys afield, shooting a light recoiling, accurate firearm that is more than capable of cleanly taking the deer we hunt when good hunting practices are adhered to. On proposal 130 to establish a minimum standard of centerfire rifle cartridges for taking moose, we opposed this with a split vote of 2 to 5 with 2 abstentions. The abstainers noted that they didn't have any experience on the matter to vote one way or another. This seems more like a regional issue to us. The committee generally doesn't believe people should be shooting a moose with a .223 when other calibers are available, though plenty of people shoot animals the size of elk with a .243. Personally, I would refer to my comments on 129 and say that the best caliber to hunt with is the one you shoot the most accurately, and that when good hunting practices are adhered to, even .22 caliber can be effective on large game. On proposal 131 to require identification tags to be attached to traps and snares, we oppose this 1 to 8. There was concern about the time and cost associated with tagging each trap or snare, and that people who were opposed to trapping or certain trappers could move these traps that didn't belong to them and set them somewhere illegal or otherwise frowned upon and get the trap owner in trouble. One member didn't feel the cost and time would be significant to them and would appreciate being able to know who the traps belong to. On proposal 135 to allocate 10% of the big game drawing permits to non-residents, we opposed this unanimously. We agreed that this proposal isn't specific enough. Does this include all tags or just some? Like, what happens when there are less than 10 tags total for a given hunt like our DG008? We would rather see a cap on non-resident permits, ensuring that they do not obtain more than a certain percentage of a given tag, rather than guaranteeing that they acquire a percentage of any tags. We also discussed that this would pertain to permits that non-residents don't even apply for and could limit opportunity that resident hunters rely on. On proposal 136 to limit bison and muskox drawing permit hunts to once in a lifetime and only allow you to apply once per hunt, we oppose this unanimously. We could support it if it was suggesting once in a lifetime for non-residents, and we also do not support limiting the ability to apply to only once. On 137, aimed at changing the drawing hunt permit process, we oppose this unanimously. We do not want to see a point system. We've spoken against proposals like these in the past. We support the current system as we believe it's fair and provides everyone with an equal opportunity. On 141, to allow the transfer of possession of game meat and game parts to be captured in a digital video format or on paper form. We unanimously supported this. One AC member reported talking to enforcement and that they had no issue if this proposal was adopted. Down in Southeast, it pours down rain all the time, and carrying around that piece of paper is just pretty ineffective for us. Getting a copy of it on your phone is a lot easier. On 142, allow for the sale of legally harvested big game trophies without a permit. We unanimously opposed this. We don't want to incentivize bad actors. There's already a process in place for this, and we worried about unintended consequences. On 144, to shorten the time period from 6 months to 60 days for taxidermists to obtain a permit to sell unclaimed fur, skins, and trophies. We support this 8-1. We support shortening the time to file for a permit so that taxidermists can recoup their money from abandoned taxidermy. On 146, to exempt sterilized cats from the list of species prohibited from being released into the wild. We unanimously oppose this. We shouldn't be releasing these animals onto the landscape, even if they're sterile. On 148, to impose certain conditions on the commissioner's ability to implement an intensive management plan following its adoption by the Board of Game. We unanimously oppose this, and we think that this proposal kind of undermines the whole process. That's all I have. I'll do my best to answer any questions you may have for me. I thank you for your time today and for what you all do as part of this important process.
Bo, thank you very much for that testimony, and thanks for your time. You have some really good notes down here. Do we have any questions from board members for Bo? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bo, and thank you for serving on the AC. Had really good minutes from your AC, and you presented them very well. Thank you. So my question is on harvesting nannies. You said that that's a real conservation concern. You think your AC is going to discuss potentially eliminating the harvest of nannies and go to Billy only, especially if we had, you guys already have the classes down there to protect those goat populations in your area?
Okay, through the chair, Member Barrett, I appreciate that question. In our area, and now that we've got this whole area cut up into these smaller hunt zones, we realize some of these hunt zones are more susceptible to, a possible population decline if nannies are going to be harvested at too high of a rate. There are some areas in the state, like I want to say Kodiak, although maybe I'm speaking too freely, where harvesting nannies isn't that big of a deal. I would be against a Billy only hunt requirement, if you will. I mean, we should always be in our area trying to educate people to harvest Billies only, but I have seen some really tricky ones. I mean, I had a guy put a big goat head on the counter at the shop, stopping by to brag about it, and I was like, that is a monster Billy goat, and he told me actually it was a nanny, and I'm still perplexed about that one, but it just goes to show that it can be nearly impossible, and I know some very well-informed, experienced individuals that have mistakenly taken a nanny when they thought it was a Billy, and I think, we should just be trying to educate people that we should be taking Billies in most of these areas to the best of our ability. But I'd hate to see somebody go through the whole process and make a mistake only to have to come home and relinquish that animal. And actually, I think in our area, this DG008, which is a prime tag, and it is Billies only, I'm actually against that for the same reason. I think that most people are doing their best to harvest a Billy, but things don't always go your way on the mountain. And I'd hate to see somebody go through all of that effort only to have to come home and forfeit their critter. So I think education is more important than regulation in this regard.
All right, thank you. And just one more, if I could, Mr. Chairman. Your AC discussed the sale of big game without the permit, and and you guys made the comment that there could be some unidentified consequences as a result of not having a permit. Did you guys discuss some examples of what those unintended consequences could be?
I think that kind of like the one about proxy hunting for profit, it's sort of like it would incentivize people to go out there and, and be hunting for what I think is the wrong reasons. I mean, I'm more of a freezer filler kind of guy and not much of a trophy hunter. So I think that that's kind of what the nature of those comments were, that, it would incentivize people to go out there and just pretty much be hunting for the trophy for profit. Yeah, I guess that's my answer to that question.
Okay, great. And thanks again for serving on the AC down there.
Oh, thanks for being on the board. It's often a thankless job and it's very important. So thank you, sir.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, thank you both for your testimony. It was really clear and helped me quite a bit. I have a kind of a two-part question back on the trap tag issue. Did any of your committee members or yourself know specifically of a case where a trap might have been stolen and then placed someplace else to get another trapper in trouble? And then the second part of that question is, this is for statewide. Do you think there might be some instances in areas where there's higher populations of multiple users, say maybe the Anchorage Bowl or Matsu, or where maybe a trap tag requirement may be more pertinent to that area? Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. Through the chair. I wasn't told about a specific instance where this occurred. Like I said in my introduction, I do tend to defer to the trappers on issues like this because I've never been a trapper. I guess, my sentiment about highly populated areas and trails and multiple users is that in Alaska, most of these trails and routes, if you will, were originally established by trappers. And, I think that most of us living in Alaska kind of know where we live, and we've learned to accept interaction with hunters and gatherers, including trappers. So, it's kind of like I'm sort of like, I'd hate to go pioneer a route into a spot only to have it taken away from me by dog walkers.
Okay, very good points. Thank you very much, Bo.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Bo, thank you very much for that testimony, and we're going to call Kurt Whitehead next.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We got you, Kurt.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much for your service and for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kurt Whitehead. I'm a year-round resident of Klawock. I'm the secretary for the Craig AC, and following is a testimony for the Craig AC. Proposal 90 and 91 require all goat hunters to pass an online mountain goat quiz prior to hunting. This is already required with goat hunting in Southeast Alaska, and educating hunters statewide via an online quiz is a good deal for everyone and will result in fewer nannies being harvested. This one passed 8-0. Prop 92 requires sheep hunters to complete an online education course. This is also a good deal for hunters. It has a lot of benefits. It's easy to implement, and there is little, if any, downside. This passed 8-0. Prop 126, 127, 128 allow the use of electronically enhanced night vision and forward-looking infrared devices for taking fur bearers statewide. This will be a poaching nightmare in Southeast Alaska related to our deer. We're okay allowing this prop up north where they have less daylight and harsher weather, but allowing this in Southeast will be a bad deal because of the potential for illegal activity. Enforcement in Southeast is already very difficult because so much hunting takes place on the water by boat, which is very hard to enforce, not to mention the 1,000+ miles of logging road on POW alone. The legal taking of wolves on POW with a rifle is already very low because we live in a rainforest, and using night vision likely won't change this much. The potential for illegal activity in Southeast is not worth it. This passed 8-0 with the amendment to restrict these props to mainland Alaska only, blocking these props from all of Southeast because of poaching concerns for our deer. Prop 130 established a minimum standard of centerfire rifle cartridge for taking big game. Our group had a robust discussion on the issue and decided to amend the prop to a minimum caliber of .243 when hunting bison, brown bear, grizzly bear, elk, moose, mountain goat, muskox. This will mirror the regulation in place for bow hunters that need to shoot a stronger bow when hunting these animals. The minority voted against this because his daughters can shoot a moose in Southeast with a .220 Creedmoor, which has low recoil, plus bullet placement is more important than bullet size. This one passed 7-1 as amended. A minimum caliber .243 when hunting bison, brown bear, grizzly bear, elk, moose, mountain goat, muskox. Prop 131 require ID tags to be attached to traps and snares as follows. Many of our island's best trappers still have their gear marked from prior years and are not opposed to this prop. Dog owners need to do a better job of controlling their dogs during trapping season, and unethical trappers placing traps near high-use trails need to do a better job and move their traps further away. We decided to take no action. Prop 136, limit bison and muskox drawing permit hunts to once in a lifetime and only allow applicants to apply once per hunt. The group discussed the pros and cons to this issue and did not like this exact method. We also agreed there's a better way to do it. What if you finally drew the tag but couldn't hunt due to extenuating circumstances like a medical or family emergency? It did fail 0-7. Prop 141, allow the transfer of possession of game meat and parts to be captured in a digital video format or on paper. This is a common sense, solid prop. It should be passed. We voted 7-0. 146, exempt sterilized cats from the list of species prohibited from being released in the wild. Feral cats cannot be rehabilitated without years of care, but the main reason we're opposed to this is the harm these cats cause our birds. It failed 0-7. This concludes the testimony for the Craig AC. Thank you very much for your time and service.
Kurt, thanks a whole bunch for that testimony, and thanks for all your work on those ACs down there, and you got really good notes here in front of us. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, this is Member Brett. Thank you, Kurt, and thank you for serving on the AC, and whoever took your notes and relayed them to the board did a fabulous job, and you were good and clear. I have two questions for you. One on the proposals for using night vision or thermal. You passed it with an amendment to the mainland only. Could you explain to me, because I got conflicting in my mind, what mainland means to you and what it means to me?
In our group, it basically means from Yakutat south. And, you know, I realize that most people are going to say that Southeast is probably Haines further south, but, you know, Yakutat, Cordova would probably be the only outlier, but for all intents and purposes, it's basically, in our group, I think everybody, we never discussed that. That's a great question, but for the most part, wherever you're operating by boat and enforcement is incredibly hard. And, you know, I mean, we're only 600 miles from Seattle, so we get a lot more daylight and a lot less cold weather. So I think most of us were thinking of Sitka, Juneau, Ketchikan, Wrangell, Petersburg, obviously Haines and Skagway.
Okay, that clears it up for me. And then one other one, proposal 136, which was limiting bison and muskox permit to once in a lifetime. And in your AC comments, you had noted that your AC just said that there's a better way. Did you discuss what is a better way to do that drawing hunt or to issue those permits?
No, unfortunately we didn't. We all of us agreed there's definitely an issue and something should be done, but we just didn't spend enough time and effort wrestling with the idea of exactly how to do it.
Okay, great. Thank you again for serving, Kurt.
Any other questions from board
Thank you
members?
very,
I got one quick question for you, Kurt. I noticed you guys talked about mountain lions. We don't have a proposal ahead of us, in front of us here, but you said maybe a future proposal. Is that just going to be perhaps maybe allowing for the taking of mountain lions?
well, left a bad taste in our mouths, but they were confiscated. I mean, it's not very hard for these critters to get across the mouth of the Stikine and drive straight and hop on Mitkoff Island, and then it's a short swim over to Kupernoff, and then it's a short swim over to Huyu, which is how our moose have spread. So, yeah, 3 of them have been killed in Southeast. 2 of them have been killed on Wrangell Island, and the department's opinion is they should be shot. They don't want them here. I don't think any of us want them here, but at the same time, to shoot them and then have them confiscated just because there's not the correct regulation leaves a bad taste in everybody's mouth.
Thanks for that, Kurt. With that being said, thanks a whole bunch for that testimony, and we're going to go on to public testimony and do a second call for Frank Heckhecky. Is that right? All right. And then next up would be Karen Linnell. And she's going to do you're signed up for 2 testimonies.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Karen Linnell. I'm the Executive Director of Otnaner Tribal Resource Commission, comprised of 8 federally and state recognized tribes and 2 INCSA corporations. We have over 3,000 tribal citizens that we serve and 2,500 shareholders, I believe. We're speaking to proposals before you today. What I didn't say is we've got over 9,000 years of history on the land throughout Unit 13, 11, 12, and parts of 20. Copper River Basin in Unit 13 flows into the Tanana, Delta rivers, which go into the Yukon. We've got Susitna and Matanuska rivers, and the Copper River, of course. So we're pretty much the hub of what happens in our area, spreads through all those different areas. 5 mountain ranges, including Talkeetna, Alaska, Mentasta, Wrangell's, Chugach, etc. Anyway, just to speak to Proposal 87, in regards to unlawful methods of taking waterfowl and the use of boats. We oppose Proposal 87. There's not been any demonstration of need to address their concerns, and 5AAC 92, and our public comments is public comment 1. 5AAC 92.0804 prohibits use of motor-driven boats unless it has been completely shut off already. So it's already in there. And Part 5 of that also prohibits the use of motorized vehicles to harass game for the purpose of driving, hurting, or molesting game. So I think their concerns are covered in there. In Proposal 101, intensive management, ATRIC supports Proposal 101. Sheep populations across various regions in Alaska are experiencing significant declines, raising concerns about their long-term sustainability. Part of it's weather-driven, part of it's predation-driven. One thing that's not in your IM plans is coyote. And there's not a word for coyote. they're an invasive species. So wolves are tikani, but nothing for coyote. And so we think that they're invasive, and much like the mountain lions, there's been sightings in the Chitna area and up on the Nebezna Road where people that I trust have said they've seen them off in the distance with the cat with the tail. And I think that there should be a regulation to stop this invasion of mountain lions. Proposal 122, the taking of game by proxy for bison. We're opposed to this. I know it's a long-term, possibly once-in-a-lifetime draw, but even my husband got one, was able to fly, didn't see anything, and then weather and work got in the way and he wasn't able to go back out. But that's life, and they can continue to put in for it or have their, we still do. So that's how it happens, and that's how it works. Proposal 123 is the same. We oppose it. The remuneration of to pay folks to proxy hunt, it could create abuse and things like that. It's a pay to hunt loophole. A lot of the permits are subsistence permits as well, and I don't think that there should be payment for those services. I've had people try to help with gas. I was like, and things like that. If they come to meet me at the gas pump, that's different than paying somebody more than one little tank of gas or something. I'm not, and I don't need it. But others might. In the cost of fuel in some of those areas and being able to get out there, that might be something different. But to pay people for that, that's part of the barter, right? Where you're trading either food or that kind of thing. And then just, if I might finish.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay. In regards to the permanent dwelling change that to domicile, we oppose that. I have a dwelling at my fish camp that I don't, much like the person testifying before me said, that we don't use it all full time, but it's our place and we go there sometimes in the spring, sometimes we're there all summer, it changes, and it can become a enforcement issue when you're trying to decide whether somebody lives there full time or not. And knowing whether there are bait stations out there. And then in regards to using, changing technology and using night vision goggles and things like that, this proposal happened in the interior just not too long ago. We haven't seen the impacts of what that could bring to that area. Unit 13, 11, 12, we're pretty highway accessible. We've got military bases all in Fort Greely, Fairbanks, and J-Bear that have access to our area easily and readily accessible. And I believe that this could become a big issue in our area with overharvest and that kind of thing. And then there's also the being able to use them and saying they're using them for harvesting fur bearers or predators, and then turn around and use them to harvest moose in the same season when there's a cross-season dates. So those are some of the things that I'm concerned about. Hunting is a skill, a set of skills that you work on and you fine tune and hone to be able to harvest. And it's skill that is taught and passed down from generation to generation. It's not a video game. And and we need to make sure that we're passing down those skills. And we talk about that quite a bit, about educating new hunters and how to process and do things and take care of their animals right. And this is one of those things that fair chase or just being a good, ethical, and skilled hunter. That's where I stand with that. Anyway, you can see the rest of our comments in PC 01. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Karen. Will you talk a little bit about Proposal 141? Do you really think that, I mean, was that going to ease the burden to the hunter in the field?
I think so. I think so. I was talking with Chuck McMahon, who's a guide in our area, and he was talking about just getting it from the hunter onto the plane and then transferring from the plane to the at home when they're dropping it off before they go back and get their hunter again, how many times they have to transfer notification. And then myself and our group, when we go out, our meat can be split into 2 or 3 wheelers. And then if we get separated, one machine breaks down, et cetera, we end up, we don't have that transfer prepared or ready because we're traveling in a group. We get separated, and that kind of thing, it can become an issue. I have photos of us loading our machines up and things like that, and because we like to go back and reminisce about stories, not for, how the hunt went and the precarious situations we get in and river crossings and that kind of thing, but we have those photos, but we don't have paperwork filled out because we were traveling in a group.
Thanks. Any other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Karen, for your testimony. I really appreciate it. You mentioned something that piqued my interest when you said that coyotes were invasive. Is that because they're kind of new to your area? Because they're normally found in Alaska, but are they just starting to increase into the Otna territory more and more now?
So our language is, like I said, 9,000 years old, and we don't have a word for coyote. They've come in probably in the last 50, 60 years, and they are not included in that predator plan. They're chasing down caribou calves as well. They're chasing, they're taking lambs, and then the smaller game, of course. Thank you.
And just a comment, Karen, I really appreciate your comments on hunting and being passed down generation to generation, the skills and the woodsmanship and everything. And that really hits close to home for me too, and I appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Wood.
Going into an area I'm not as familiar with as I'd like to be, I've always assumed when people are talking about invasive species, they're focusing on species that basically have been introduced into that area by humans and would not have otherwise been there. But species that are naturally expanding, which is what you sound like you're talking about, is that still an invasive species, or is that just nature taking its course?
When it starts to create an imbalance in the ecosystem, it's invasive. We had that discussion when we were talking about the mule deer and the damage that it could cause to the moose when they bring the winter tick, right? And we set a no bag limit for that because it could be detrimental to the ecosystem.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Karen, it's great to see you again. A lot of compliments on your testimony. I think of a lot of it's common sense, so I really appreciate you bringing that to the table. I am gonna go along the same lines as some of the other questions, though. How about wolverines? And, you know, considering the sheep IM proposal, and, you know, it's a fairly highly prized fur bearer for trappers, and you have a lot of, you know, you have a lot of trappers in the Hautna territory, and just curious, did you guys talk about species specific like that?
No, we haven't. You know, wolverine they're up there in the mountains, yeah. But we hadn't talked about those. I do want to say that I was out visiting with one of my elders, Cal Justin, who was part of Bar X Ranch and Lee Hancock's stepson. So he was a guide for many years and lives out there at the base of the Wrangell Mountains up by Copper Lake and Tenada. And he's talking about the changes that we're seeing on the landscape and the brush coming up. So when the sheep come down off the mountain to move to another mountain, there's so much brush that they can't make it to the other mountain. And so part of IM is that brush management, and that's something I think that the department should look at to help with that predation, because my husband and I were out around Doral on south side, and we were watching sheep on the side, and then we seen this wolf. The sheep were coming down the mountain, and the wolf, this big, huge black wolf, come up out of the brush and chase them back up the mountain. You know, they couldn't see it in that brush. And so that's something I think that the department can look at. And it could be mechanical treatment. You get out there kind of now while the ground's still frozen before they're lambing and that kind of thing, and mow down some of that brush. It could be a prescribed burn, something like that, because I call it pucker brush, but dwarf birch is really overtaking a lot of it. And even out moose hunting, when you get off your machine and it's this high, it makes it difficult to track your moose. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Karen. Thank you for continuing to serve. You're a great asset to your community and also to the board. Proposal 132, you guys opposed allowing non-residents to position their snow machines for the taking of wolf or wolverine. Is that something you've noticed that non-residents are doing in your area, or?
Through the chair, Mr. Member Barrett, we've not seen it so much in our area. We do get a lot of folks out in that Denali area and things like that. I don't know whether they're resident or non-resident, but I've heard from other regions that it isn't a concern. It's a fun thing, right? And get out on the machine and cruise around, but oftentimes those visitors don't have some of the ethics that our Alaskan residents do in regards to the respect for the animals and the resources. And so to me, that's a concern. It's wild Alaska. We get to go do everything, right? And so those are some of my concerns.
All right, thanks, Karen, and thanks for continuing to serve.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, you can roll right into your personal testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Karen Linnell, former Board of Game member, and a resident of Copper River Basin. I served on this board during the feral cat issue and learned more than I ever want to know about domestic cats and how they are. There was a chemical neutering position on that, and feral cats can attack songbirds and wild birds, and to me that's an issue. If they want to get rid of a cat, take it to the shelter and get rid of the cat. Don't release them out here in the streets or in communities. And so that's we had hundreds and hundreds of comments and public testimony and lots of RCs to that effect. The other issue that I wanted to speak to was the positioning of animals. It shouldn't be on a statewide basis. We had that issue come up in Dillingham in 2018. And had I not gone out to Dillingham and seen that terrain for myself and how flat it is, that positioning of animals is something that I wouldn't have supported. Because for caribou in our area and things like that, we've got rolling hills that we can go around to come up on the other side of the herd. You can't do that there. And to do something on a statewide level when we have such vast and different terrain, to me, is not prudent. It's not looking at the resources, the concerns that you have in management. And so, we position animals in all kinds of ways, right? We call the moose in. We use duck decoys and lures and that kind of thing. So duck blinds to bring them in. We use scent lures to bring in bear. That's positioning and getting animals in. And so with a statewide proposal that could hurt or harm folks in Western Alaska and on the tundra where there's not a tree to hide behind, it can be it could be harmful to their ability to harvest. And it was George's wife, the former subsistence director, that talked to me about being able to see your dog running the next day, So, and I heard my staff use my example yesterday, but it was Hazel Nelson that said that when we had gone to lunch the day before that vote. It's different, and we can't use that cookie cutter approach with resources in Alaska. What works in Cup River Basin doesn't work in Bristol Bay area and doesn't work in Utqiagvik. When you think about the size of Alaska from North Dakota down to Texas and over to Florida and over to California, we're pretty broad and lots of different terrain. We have our plains, we have our desert, we have our mountains, and we've got our ocean. So we need to treat each region differently.
Thanks for that, Karen. Any questions from board members? I have one for you before Al asks. Well, oftentimes, Karen, we get scientific evidence and indigenous knowledge pitted against each other. How do you see that matrix playing out? How do you see that relationship in your eyes?
A lot of times, I think it's a vocabulary difference. I can sit here and I still don't get how taking the big horn breeders with the sheep, with big antlered animals, taking the largest one, who are the breeders who chase the young bulls out, is sustainable, and looking at what's best for those animals. So I don't, to me, that's backwards. And I don't think that we'll ever agree on that point. But we also look, and when we sit down and actually listen to each other and get past the vocabulary differences, we can hear and see that we want the same thing. Sustainable resources, we might differ on how to get there, but oftentimes the path isn't straight, but you've got to get up to the mountain, you've got to take those switchbacks to get there, and it's just being able to agree and that this is the main goal. It's just how to get there. And so working together and trying to understand each other is the way to move forward.
Thanks for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Karen, he kind of took half my question there, but I was thinking at a different level, you know, since you have been a past board member, how do you value the traditional knowledge that gets presented to the board when they're deliberating and making decisions?
So oftentimes I feel like it's not heard. When elders, and we've got some here in the room that come and talk to you about their lifetime on the land and how they see the animals moving and the changes that they're seeing, it's like, oh, thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any questions? No. And then you get a guide that comes along and says, oh, I've been here since 1978, and the ungulates. He used ungulates instead of moose, and the changes I've seen in the movements and things like that. And and then you get somebody say, wow, I don't know anybody that's walked this land since 40 years. I was like, well, Mr. Jackson, who just spoke, had 75 years on the land. So just because we don't put numbers, like I've been walking this land since 1965, no, when we're talking about our lifetime or our history and things like that, often it gets dismissed. Long-term observation is science. And a lot of the stuff that's being done is based off of that long-term observation. One of the things that I see with science is that they try to separate out species and only study that one species. It's an ecosystem, and they're all intertwined. And I went to a Alaska Wildlife Society meeting, and they were studying mice. And the mice would go to the bear scat, and the mice would take the seeds from the bear scat and move it, and then that would propagate the berries. That's part of the ecosystem, right? Just even a little mouse makes a difference in where the berries are and the bears come in and things like that. And then using that, that long-term knowledge. At that same meeting, there was a biologist from North Slope Borough talking about whales and how the elders were telling them that they weren't counting the whales under the ice, and Western science says, though, they can't stay under there that long. And when they finally, science caught up with GPS, they found out that they were missing hundreds of whales because they weren't counting the ones under the ice. The elders there also told them about our traditional way of cleaning ourselves and being ready and not to have colognes or smelly shampoos and things like that, so because the whales can smell you. Well, after 20 years of the elder telling the scientists that, he finally listened and got permission from one of the whaling captains to bisect a whale's head and found that they have olfactory glands. So that traditional knowledge is science, and it's passed down from generation to generation. We, taking the lead caribou, those are the ones that are showing the way. So we always let those go by so that the others know the path to go. But Western hunting is like, let's get the first ones we can get, the biggest ones, while you're changing the migration path. There's that science, that knowledge, that tradition piece is part of, I think, needs to be respected as well. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the explanation. It was really good.
Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Karen. Good testimony. Do you have a position on Proposal 147 where we delegate the authority from the Board of Game to the Commissioner for the clean list?
Yes, I think that it eliminates the public input process. And that's something that we tout here. A delegation of authority to the commissioner eliminates that public input process. And public input process is an important part of how Alaska wildlife management is happening, and what comes in, what kinds of diseases and things. I'm not doubting that the department will do less work, but having the input from the public is so important.
Any other questions? If not, Karen, thank you very much for your testimony, and thanks for your service on the board and your continuing service, coming here and testifying and being here day in, day out. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll call up Mark Richards next. Oh, and I'd like to, Representative Becky Schwanke's in the audience too, we're joined by.
Good morning, Chairman Fletcher, members of the board, Director Scott, ADFG staff, OSM staff. For the record, my name is Mark Richards. I'm going to give my personal testimony first. So that's okay?
Yeah, that's just fine.
All righty. So for the record, my name is Mark Richards. I serve on the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee, and I also work for Resident Hunters of Alaska, but this is going to be my personal testimony. For nearly 20 years, the public and organizations have submitted proposals to the board asking to limit non-resident sheep hunters in Unit 19C and other problem areas due to conflicts, access issues, sheep conservation concerns with the ultra-high non-resident harvests, and fears that residents would lose sheep hunting opportunity. Those proposals have consistently been voted down by the board. The rationale the board has used to deny those proposals has been that, quote, draw hunts don't provide stability to the guide industry, unquote, and that limiting non-resident sheep hunters would reduce funding to the Division of Wildlife Conservation. The board consistently stated that the problem is not the unlimited non-resident sheep hunting opportunity they allow, rather it is the guides those non-residents are required to hire. Which is quite the fabrication, really, to place no limits on a user group that is required to hire a guide, then when too many of that user group are out there, say the problem is too many guides. All along, the board has only supported one solution to the known problems, a costly guide concession program on state land to limit guides. That requires legislative action and legislative funding, which has been and continues to be problematic. And while a pilot guide concession program bill technically became law last year, the program wasn't funded, and that bill is being challenged in court because the way it passed was not legal. That's why the legislature has a new guide concession program bill before it right now, with the same $500,000 fiscal note that we really can't afford at this time. The board has used this idea of a guide concession program to kick the can down the road on doing anything since 2008. Ironically, a guide concession program does exactly what the board has said they don't want to do. It decreases funding to the Division of Wildlife Conservation and puts a lot of guides out of business. But it is the guide industry's preferred solution. What's really sad about all this is that the board all along could have said, look, we recognize there are problems and we believe a guide concession program is the best solution. But until that happens, we are going to place limits on non-resident sheep hunters, which of course would place limits on the number of guides. But the board allowed the problems to grow as our sheep populations declined, especially in Unit 19C. In 2022, after allowing guided non-resident sheep hunters to take 90% of the harvest from the struggling 19C sheep population, the board submitted their own proposal to shut down sheep hunting in 19C for everyone. That proposal was amended and passed to only include non-residents in the 5-year sheep hunting closure. The backlash from that decision prompted the board to form yet another sheep working group to come up with recommended solutions to the known problems in Unit 19C at a whopping cost of $80,000. 3 members from the Board of Game, who originally voted to submit the board-generated proposal to shut the unit down to all sheep hunting for everyone, were on the 9-member 19C sheep working group. 1/3 of the group was comprised of board members. Also, yesterday, when Dr. Alistair Bath gave his presentation, he stated on the record that 8 of 9 members on the 19C working group supported the group's proposed recommendations. Even though he later said that board members did not vote, the real truth is that 8 of the 9 members on the group did support the recommendations. I am certainly thankful to the members of the public for volunteering their time to serve on the 19C sheep working group. This isn't personal in any way, but this whole thing has been an abuse of the public process. The board deferred all of the Unit 19C sheep proposals submitted in cycle 2 years ago to be heard at this meeting out of cycle to give more clout and weight to the 19C sheep working group recommendations. Proposal 190 isn't on the roadmap first by accident. It was expected the board would vote for 190 and then take no action on all the other 19C sheep proposals. The real problem, as I see it, for my 20 years participating in this process, is that a majority of the board, and not every board member, but a majority, has consistently looked at issues from the point of view of the guide industry, rather than the point of view of the resident hunter and what is best for our wildlife and continued resident sheep hunting opportunity. In closing, I urge this board to look at the history and understand that resident sheep hunters are not and never were the problem in 19C or elsewhere. Resident sheep hunting in Unit 19C does not need to be restricted right now. The area biologist has no concerns and does not believe that resident sheep harvests, which were 10 rams last year, will significantly increase. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that testimony, Mark. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I'll ask you again. Do you think that the harvest of sheep in 19C is the factor that's made the sheep population decline?
Through the chair, Member Brett, no, I don't. I believe, as we all do, I think that weather and climate change in Alaska is the main factor driving sheep populations right now.
If I could follow up on that, Mr. Chairman. Do you believe that restricting harvest will increase the population?
I think, through the chair, Member Brett, I think that if we allow unlimited non-resident hunting to continue again in 19C, that it will affect the rebounding of the sheep population.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your public testimony and your AC participation.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mark, for your testimony. Some comments you made during your testimony, one about the sheep working group and that's cost. The state has several working groups in play and has in the past. And do you think there's benefit to having working groups?
Member Hoffman, through the chair, I do think there's a benefit in having some working groups. As you know, we had a previous sheep working group with a lot more people on it. And I want to point out at that time, Chairman Spraker, who was the chairman of the board at that time, he made it clear when he formed that working group that no board members should be involved in that group to influence the decisions. I do not believe that a 19C sheep working group was in any way warranted. The board is well aware of the problems in 19C, which were unlimited non-resident sheep hunting. You called it too many guides, but it was really your own allowance to allow non-residents unlimited opportunity. So in that case, no, I don't believe the 19C sheep working group was in any way warranted, and nor was the $80,000 cost.
Member Wood.
I asked a previous testifier, and I'll ask you since you hit on it directly. One of the recommendations of the group, and I'm just reading it, if the guide concession program for Unit 19C is in place, then residents and non-residents will go to harvest ticket hunts. And my question to him and to you is, why should residents either go or not go to harvest tickets based upon a guide concession program, either being in place or not being in place? I don't see the connection.
There is no connection whatsoever, sorry, through the chair, Member Wood, there is no connection. Resident hunting has nothing to do with the guide concession program. The guide concession program is purely about the ostensible limiting of guides in an individual unit.
So not to put words in your mouth, then the resident portion of the question on harvest ticket hunts should not be connected to the guide concession program at all.
Through the chair again, Member Wood, no. And we don't believe that residents need to have any restrictions at all. We don't need to go on drought permits. There's no problem with resident general hunting opportunity in 19C right now.
Okay, thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mark, for your testimony. If the working group's still in place now, do you believe the working group, if it stays in place, still has more work to do to maybe flesh out more avenues than what's currently in their proposal?
Through the chair, Member Loring, I don't feel that the 19C sheep working group was warranted. I don't think it's warranted to continue to spend money on that group. The board recognized the problems in the previous sheep working group. There was 80% consensus that the problem was unlimited non-resident sheep hunting opportunity. The Brinkman study that we spent a lot of money on, the consensus on that was that non-resident sheep hunters needed to be limited. But the board never took action on any of those recommendations after all that money we spent on the first sheep working group and the Brinkman study. And I know it's difficult. I get why guides don't want to go on drought permits. But we can't keep basing decisions on this guide concession program that may never happen. Like I said in my testimony, all along the board could have said, look, this is our preferred solution. And we would have said, okay, that's great. But at the same time, before that solution came about, you really should have limited, non-resident sheep hunters. You knew it was a problem. Chairman Spraker gave testimony to the legislature talking about all the known problems, in support of the guide concession program, but we allowed those problems to continue.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that personal testimony. Mark, if you want to start with your testimony for resident hunters.
Yep, thank you. Good morning again, Chairman Fletcher, members of the board, department staff. My name is Mark Richards. I'm the Executive Director of Resident Hunters of Alaska, an all-Alaskan grassroots hunting organization with over 3,500 members from across the state who want to see our wildlife sustainably managed with an emphasis on protecting and enhancing resident sheep hunting opportunities. I'm speaking on behalf of our organization today on Unit 19C and statewide sheep proposals. Our public comments are PC 103. I want to start with our proposal 108, which asks to reinstate non-resident sheep hunting opportunity in Unit 19C, but via draw permits with a very limited allocation for now. Proposal 108 is our preferred solution to the Unit 19C sheep issues. We strongly oppose proposals 102 through 107, asking to reinstate unlimited non-resident sheep hunting opportunity in Unit 19C. And we strongly oppose the Unit 19C sheep working group proposal number 190, to close resident sheep hunting opportunity in 19C and to place residents on draw permits. One thing I want to make clear is that we never propose to eliminate non-resident sheep hunting opportunity in 19C or elsewhere. That was the board's idea. What we have consistently asked the board to do is to place limits on non-resident sheep hunting opportunity via draw permits in the known problem areas. It's really troubling and frankly insulting that the board's response in 2022 to allowing non-residents to take 90% of the 19C ram harvest from a severely depleted sheep population was to close the area down to all sheep hunting for 5 years. What does this board have against resident sheep hunters? Why does this board impose restrictions on us when we're not a part of the problem? We all care about the sheep resource. That always comes first. But when the board allows non-residents to flood areas and take so much of the harvest, then has conservation concerns, it isn't residents who need to be restricted. What we know, what we've learned from the Chugach, Unit 23 and 19C, is when the board allows unlimited non-resident sheep hunting opportunity, one thing it leads to, beyond the crowding, the conflicts, the access issues, and the high non-resident harvest rates, is sheep conservation concerns and restrictions on resident opportunity. Doll sheep only exist in Alaska and Western Canada. The demand to hunt Doll sheep far exceeds the available supply. Since non-resident sheep hunters must be guided, when you don't put limits on those hunters, monetary interests will always win out. This isn't a problem of too many guides. It's a problem this board has created by giving non-resident sheep hunters who are required to hire a guide unlimited sheep hunting opportunity. Which brings me to our statewide proposal 100. That proposal has been flagged because Chapter 85, which addresses existing sheep draw permit hunts, is not on the call for this statewide meeting. This is another thing that's frustrating to us. When we submit regional proposals asking to limit non-resident sheep hunters, the board often tells us they would be better addressed statewide. Then when we submit a statewide proposal, as we have with Proposal 100, the board says it doesn't meet the call. Why Chapter 85 is not on the call, we're not sure. It was on the call previously for some statewide meetings. Another option mentioned in our Proposal 100 is to set harvest guideline levels for non-resident sheep hunters statewide under 5 AAC 92.008. Chapter 92 is on the call, so the board does have that option when they deliberate Proposal 100. The bottom line is that there are some areas with extremely low sheep populations, such as the Kenai, White Mountains, Glacier Mountain, to name a few, where we really shouldn't allow any non-resident sheep hunting opportunity. In all other areas on state lands, non-resident sheep hunting opportunities should be limited. Whether it's via draw permits or harvest guideline levels, it really needs to happen. I urge the board to stop kicking the can down the road, waiting for a guide concession program to fix the known problems across the state. Stop looking at these issues from the guide industry perspective and start looking at them from the perspective of Alaskan families who are seeing our sheep hunting opportunities dwindle. The objective of resident hunters of Alaska is to ensure our sheep are managed sustainably, with an emphasis on ensuring our kids and grandkids continue to have general sheep hunting opportunities. We firmly believe that this should be the board's #1 priority as well. The board should adhere to our state constitution that declares our wildlife will be held as a public trust for the common use and maximum benefit of Alaskans. That doesn't mean we don't welcome non-resident hunters here. Just that, like every other Western state, there needs to be limits. It's really hard to figure out why that's even questioned. There are other proposals we've commented on that I don't have time to address, so please review our written comments. Thank you for your service on the board. Thanks to Christy and her board support staff, as always, for all the work they do to make these meetings happen. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for that testimony, Mark. Member Wood.
Mark, if the resident hunters of Alaska were the ones making the decision, they were up here having a status as a board, what would they do in this meeting to accomplish the purposes you put on the record?
Thank you for the question, through the chair, Member Wood. Well, first of all, like my comments on the Unit 19C issue, we would definitely go for our Proposal 108 is what we would do on that. Now, it's hard for non-residents to be on draw permits. We understand why that's a problem, but we really have no other options. It's either that or leave it closed. And the other sad thing about it is that the guides and the board and the Professional Hunters Association seem to prefer complete closure over limited opportunity via draw permits. As far as statewide issues, Member Wood, we know that we have problems in 20A. The board has discussed those problems extensively about how there's too many guides, as they call it, instead of too many non-resident hunters that they allow. That's another problem area. And so what would we do is what we said in Proposal 100. And we spent a lot of time looking at every area in that Proposal 100 to determine what we felt was a fair allocation for non-resident sheep hunters. And that's where we would go statewide.
So if I might just follow up on that, you would then adopt Proposals 100 and 108, and I assume you would be opposed to 190?
We are definitely opposed to 190. Okay. Yes, Member Wood.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, Mark. You want to elaborate a little bit on Proposal 101 to add sheep to the list of species identified as being important for high use of human consumption? I know you have a lot of sheep hunters in your organization.
Thank you, Chairman Fletcher, for the question. So we have supported Prop 101. I will say that I've been kind of surprised at some of the public testimony about sheep meat not, being a meat source. Me personally, I only ever hunted sheep for meat. I've never taken any sheep horns home. This was back in the 80s and 90s. And I have a lot of Native friends that, the history, sheep is a subsistence animal. I mean, so we've already classified sheep as a subsistence animal. We know that it's important for feeding Alaskans. So To us, it makes sense to add sheep to the IM list, even though, as one testifier said, it only makes up 1% of all the meat Alaskans consume. And we feel that it would really help the board in doing some predator control programs with efficacy to benefit sheep. Now, we know that the board, with the muskox situation that we had up north, the board was able to introduce a sort of IM program for muskox, even though muskox are not on the IM list. So we know that we can still do some predator control for sheep outside IM. And that's where we're going with this. We want to help our sheep. Our sheep are in decline. They may never come back to the numbers they once were. And anything we can do to help them, including predator control, we want to see that move forward. And if adding them to the IM list would help, then we're all for it.
Thanks for that. Any other questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark, your group pretty much represents the Alaskan hunters, and these proxy proposals, what did you guys discuss, and what were your comments about the remuneration for proxy hunting?
Through the chair, Member Loring, we didn't bring that up, so I can't say anything about that.
And then one more question: did you bring up the Queen list delegation the board to the department?
Through the chair, Member Loring, we definitely did, and we are definitely strongly opposing that proposal. We believe that it should still be the board's authority to determine what's on the clean list.
Thank you.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Mark, let's switch species for a minute. So has RAC talked about the Mulchatna Caribou Intensive Management Plan and the work that's going in there? And I'd like to hear the thoughts from that organization and support, not support, concerns.
Through the chair, Director Scott, thanks for the question. We have discussed it, and we've left our opinion to one sentence. We support intensive management programs that are based on science and efficacy. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you again, Mark, for your testimony. Mine is on education. Seems to be a big topic in the state, and now it's even in the Board of Game. And so all these suggested proposals that we have to add more classes to sheep and goats, when we pass things like that, how do we know that they're effective? Is there any way that we put something out there, and how effective is that tool?
Through the chair, Member Rhett, we did discuss both of those proposals, and we did support both the goat and the sheep education proposals. It's hard to determine the effect. I firmly believe that that the pamphlet that the department put out that Joe Want helped with, I firmly believe that had a really positive effect on lowering sublegal harvest of sheep. And we know that, the goat education course we have now, I don't know how to determine whether it's working or not. I don't know what the department does to gather those statistics to see, like, we put out a sheep education pamphlet, did sublegal harvest go down, or did the goat identification quiz lead to less nannies being taken? I can't really expound on that.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Member Bachtel.
Yes, Mark, thank you for your testimony. Under Proposal 134, the initial thing was issue 90% of all moose drawing permits to Alaskan residents. And in your response here, you support with it, I believe, described as a minimum of 90% of all moose drawing permits to residents.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Bachel. Yeah, we wanted to make it clear that our support of that proposal included that amendment where it has to be a minimum of 90% to residents and an up to number for non-residents.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Mark, thanks a bunch for your testimony, and thanks for your engagement in this process. And even like the sheep working group, you sat there for the whole time, and it's noticed.
Thank you, Jake.
Next up, we'll call Jake Davis. Oh, hit that little button right in the middle there, Jake.
Thank you, board members and Mr. Chair. I do realize this is an exhausting process and you all are working a relatively thankless job. I also realize that as someone who might come across as taking several adversarial positions, I might not be the first person you want to hear from, so I appreciate you listening to me and letting me speak. For the record, my name is Jake Davis. I live in Wasilla, and I'm an attorney by profession. I am testifying on behalf of myself. Most of my testimony will cover RC9 and the alleged emergency and thus need to re-implement aerial gunning of wolves and bears. And much of this testimony will echo Bill Watkins and Michelle Sinat, if I'm pronouncing that right, from yesterday, who did jobs better than I can, expressing the right position on this issue. The number of brown bears already killed by aerial gunning is truly staggering. 94 in 23, 81 in 24, you all know this. And that's to say nothing of the black bears and wolves killed as well. But I think where the real problem lies for most Alaskans, and this was echoed by the Superior Court's recent opinion on the program, is the fact that this aerial gunning of native keystone species is being allowed without the best available science on the brown bear population dynamics in and around the area of focus. You can imagine why it's hard for many science-based Alaskans like me to accept this program when the department cannot even tell us how many bears there are to begin with. The difficulty in understanding the program's justification is amplified by the fact that it is far from a scientific consensus that killing these bears will lead to an increase in the caribou population's viability. But here's where I want to focus my testimony, and that is on the apparent illegality of attempting to reintroduce this program so soon after the Superior Court's decision. As an attorney, I am struggling immensely with how the board can legally justify reintroducing this program without studying the sustainabilities of brown bears in the area first. Two excerpts from the Superior Court's decision are notable, and I apologize in advance for repeating language you've already read, but the first sentence I want to read is, quote, "This court's task is to ensure that the Board of Game took a hard look at salient factors relating to bear sustainability before embarking on a program that could impact bear sustainability." I think everyone in this room is smart enough to know a hard look can't be accomplished in just over a week's time. That conclusion is informed by the second excerpt, where the Superior Court wrote, quote, "Having carefully reviewed the record and the argument advanced by the state, it is apparent that the state did not have adequate relevant population studies or any genuine data." Let me repeat that. Any genuine data about bear sustainability in the area of the control program prior to adopting the proposal that would have an obvious impact on the constitutionally protected public resource. The department has simply not conducted a legally mandated relevant population study since the decision was issued. As the Superior Court also said, rudimentary discussions or anecdotal evidence about the brown bear population is not enough. And this is not according to me, this is according to law. The board should not enable an illegal harvest of a constitutionally protected public resource without knowing its population. It is hard to imagine something that is more common sense regarding wildlife management. Please oppose RC9 until a relevant population study has been conducted. And now 2 quick comments on other proposals. Proposal 101, the intensive management of Dall sheep. I would urge you to please oppose this proposal. This is just an excuse for the department's runaway aerial gunners to kill more predators, And because nobody has mentioned it yet in all the testimony I've heard over the last day and a half, I would like to remind the department, that predators are keystone species. Without them, ecosystems and biodiversity collapse. For example, and to make it easy for everyone in this room, a recent study was published by a Dr. William J. Ripple. You can Google his name, you can Google the study, you'll find it in one of the first few links. And his study took pictures of ecosystems before wolves were on the land and after. And the images are jarring, to say the least. And that study is the result of an impartial scientific look at the value of predators in ecosystems. The Dall sheep population is dropping because of climate-related incidents. You guys have heard this a number of times from other individuals who have testified. It's not because wolves and bears are scaling mountainsides to kill these sheep. I think that instead of vilifying and trying to eradicate predators, we all in this room as humans need to take some accountability and not assign unscientific blame to these individual species. Proposals 126 through 128, the unlawful method of taking game exceptions, I urge you to strongly oppose this, and I think that has been the consensus of the testimony I have heard on these proposals. It is strong opposition for a number of reasons, all valid, but the point I want to make is that fair chase does not contemplate the use of night vision and thermal optics. If animals don't even get the advantage of nightfall or natural conditions like snowpacks, And I'm not being facetious here. Why don't we just take all of our animals and put them in a pinned enclosure and allow for a free-for-all? Our native wildlife has to have some advantage, or hunting and trapping simply becomes killing contests. And I believe there is a significant distinction between those two things. Thank you for listening to me.
Jake, thank you very much for that comment. Member Wood.
I'm always anxious to take advantage of other people's expertise, particularly when it doesn't cost me anything. So what I'm going to do is give you the scenario I think would be followed by the board for RC9. And that is, I believe it to be a two-step process. And by the way, this is based upon years on the Board of Fisheries as well. It'd be a two-step process. First, before anything is discussed about the lack of studies or fulfillment of those obligations, you got to get past the hurdle if it is an emergency or is not an emergency. And so I'm going to ask you to take a look at AS 4462-250, which I know you're familiar with, as well as 3AAC 96-625, both of which define emergencies, and tell me whether anything beyond those are needed before this board acts on whether it is an emergency or not. Because only if we find it an emergency, in my opinion, do you then go to the next step, which would entail a hearing dealing with all the issues that you brought up and all the studies you brought up. So if you would do that, and I'd invite Ms. Senate to join with you and come back to us with an RC, whether we're restricted to that in the finding of emergency, that would be most helpful. I would appreciate that.
Understood. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate your testimony. Earlier in this meeting, there was some talk about other department predator control programs that we did. One was up north where the department identified some bears that were learned how to take muskox, and they went up there and did that. Would you recommend that we would have had to do a bear population study before we remove those few bears in that situation?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Mr. Hoffman, I'm not familiar with that situation, so I don't want to speculate on it. What I can speculate on is what the Superior Court's decision means. And perhaps it's more than speculation, and I don't want to make, any type of comment that would be construed as legal advice, so that's my disclaimer. But what the Superior Court's decision said was you need a relevant population study before you go out and you start taking certain species off the land. And so if you had a study or the semblance of a study, I'm not sure what this actual standard would be because I don't know everything that the department does and all the science that goes into the various information they put out, but you need a study. You have to know how many individual animals are in the specific area before you can start taking them off the land for purposes of an intensive management program. I think the individual who testified before me said it wasn't an IM program, so that might be a different threshold. But as far as IM goes, you need to know how many of the species you are taking before you begin killing them.
Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jake. I'm hoping I get this right, but you made a statement that I just want a little clarification on, and you said we, meaning the Board of Game, should be using the best science available. So I'd like to understand what you mean by best science available, keying on available.
Well, that's just it. You need science first to have available science. And as I understand it, as the Superior Court understands it, there was no science available before you implemented the IM program on behalf of the caribou. And that right there is the problem. You have no idea how many bears are out there, and yet you're killing hundreds of them. It doesn't make any scientific sense.
All right, thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe I'll expand on Al's line of thought there a little bit. Earlier in this meeting, we've had a lot of testimony about people from the local area, and for years, from my time on the board, have been telling us how the bears have been exploding and all these bear issues that weren't there before that are happening now. And that was, a lot of it was from that region, the whole western coast. Would you call that science?
Mr. Hoffman, through the chair, yeah, we heard great testimony about indigenous scientific methods and how important they are, and I'll be the first to compliment that process and how important it is for preservation of culture and a number of different things. But unless these individuals are going out into the field and counting the bears, one bear here, two bears here, and they're determining the sex of the bear because that's important for population viability. And they're also figuring out where the bear is coming from because bears are transient. They don't just live in one spot their whole lives. That is not a relevant population study per law because the Superior Court said we need a number. We need to know how many bears are out there before you can begin killing them. So unfortunately, I don't think what you're suggesting would be enough because that, to me, as far as the law goes, is just anecdotal evidence. Maybe the Superior Court would feel differently, but nothing like that was presented to the court, so I can't really say.
Thanks for that. Any other questions from board members? Member Wood.
I'm sorry, and I was an attorney for many years as well, so I'm putting myself in the same group, but it seems this just doesn't follow common sense. If we have reliable evidence coming through the elders of generations of experience and generations of actual on-the-land customs, et cetera, that says there are a bunch of bears gobbling up a bunch of sheep, or caribou in this case, et cetera, and if you remove some portion of them, you can expect the mortality rate to go down on the sheep. To me, that is evidence that could be considered by this board. And whether it's anecdotal or not, you're just trying to confine the use of, I think, reliable evidence. And you're arguing form over substance. And I guess I didn't read the court decision as being as specific as you're making it out to be.
Can I respond?
Yeah, I don't think that's a specific question, but absolutely, you can respond to that. If it,
Thank you.
we're going to kind of cut this down after this.
Through the
My
chair.
apologies.
Actually, I'm being as specific as the letter of the law because rudimentary discussion and anecdotal evidence are not enough. And that is exactly what you're suggesting. I would ask you rhetorically, of course, to tell anyone in this room, to tell any Alaskan who asks, how many bears are out there to begin with? Can the elders give you a number? And if they can't, and if they can't define their process for getting to that number, if they do, it's illegal. That's what the court said. Not only illegal, it's unconstitutional.
Hey, Jake, thank you very much for that testimony. And thanks, it's very hard to be passionate and respectful. Not very many people can do that. And that testimony had it in spades. And I really appreciate your candor there. So
Thank you.
Thanks. And next we'll call up Louis Silas. I missed somebody, but we'll go back to Carol after this. Sorry.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Louis Silas. I am from the village of Minto. I sit on the Minto Nenana Advisory Committee, as well as a few other things. I serve as the Vice President of Setieha Corporation, which is our native village corp. And I'm a 26-year wildland fireman for going on 26 years. So I appreciate the time and for everything you do. I know it's a tough job up there.
Can I clarify one thing? Are you going to do your AC testimony
This
first?
will be AC.
Okay,
yep.
so 15
and
minutes.
I'll probably just cut the other ones off. We'll just do it all into one. I was listed as 2 or 3 on there, I think.
All right, sounds good.
All right, thanks. Again, good morning. So I serve on the advisory committee for Minto Nenana. Before I begin, I want to say that it's truly an honor to be here today. I grew up watching my father come to these, sitting on the sidelines. My father, Ronnie Silas, who worked for Tanana Chiefs Conference for a number of years and also served on the advisory committees for quite a number of years. So really great to be following in his footsteps and to be here today. It's been a long path. So he spoke up many years for our people, our traditions, and the land that we belong to. So standing here now, continuing that work means everything to me. So it's a great honor. I'm here today to strongly support Proposal 88, which would allow for the cultural and educational harvests of wood bison through a special permit issued by the Department of Fish and Game. This proposal isn't just about hunting. It's about the revitalization of a relationship between our people and the land, between the youth and our ancestors' traditions, between the communities and animals we have always lived with. The wood bison were brought back to the Minto Flats with that exact spirit in mind. Cultural, historical, and food security reasons. That purpose must remain at the center of how we manage this resource. Right now, there are about 60 animals or so in the herd. We know that a harvestable population won't be possible until we reach around 400 something-ish. That may take 10 to 20 years. Waiting for a full hunt makes sense, but while we wait, we can't afford to stay disconnected. Proposal 88 gives us a pathway to build educational, cultural, and ceremonial opportunities now, so that when the herd is ready, we will be ready as well. These opportunities could include youth camps, ceremonies, and respect for cultural purposes. It allows our communities to foster stewardship, education, and relationship building with this herd, laying the groundwork for future customary and traditional use, aka C&T. Finding. This process can take a generation. If we wait with Prop 88, we can start that journey today. As part of our community's broader work, I want to show that our support for Proposal 88 comes from a place of thoughtful, engaged wildlife management. For example, we oppose Proposal 87, which would restrict boat use and waterfowl hunting. It would harm our ability to harvest black ducks, which are very important to the subsistence users in the area. We supported Proposal 89 with amendments to include caribou and ensure non-resident hunters are paired with guides or family for safety and respect on the land. We opposed Proposal 119, a boundary change not supported by Grayling or Anvik, and we will stand with those tribes. We supported Proposal 130 with an amendment to apply minimum caliber standards only to non-residents to reduce the suffering without unfairly burdening local hunters who may have to go get another caliber rifle, and that's just, they might not be able to at times. We supported Proposal 131 to trap ID tags. It's an important tool for protecting trap lines and ensuring accountability. We opposed Proposals 159 and 160, which would reauthorize antlerless moose hunts in Units 20A and 20B. The antlerless reauthorization leaves the discretion up to the department, and the department hasn't shown us evidence that this tool works for reducing vehicle collisions. With the moose numbers we're seeing in the areas, we're trying to be very conservative with the management strategies we're supporting with regards in our moose in Unit 20. Proposal 88 reflects who we are as a people, adaptive, respectful, deeply rooted in tradition. This proposal keeps that connection alive for our next generation and honors the intent behind the reintroduction of the wood bison. I urge the board to approve Proposal 88 and stand with our communities as we seek cultural and educational engagement with this species. Thanks for your time, and thank you for letting me carry forward the legacy of my father, Ronnie Silas, and to represent our people on the Minto Nenana Advisory Committee and the people of Minto Nenana. Thank you.
Lewis, thank you very much for that testimony. Thanks for traveling down here. I really appreciate it. Any questions from board members? Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Lewis. It's good to see you. It is really good to see you again. I'm just curious, in Minto and Nenana, we've had some folks come out and work out there and to visit and see the bison and the holding pens. And yeah, can you tell us, the board, the audience, kind of where people are and their impressions of what they're seeing and how they feel about it when they get out there?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, Ryan, good to see you again. It's been a little mixed here and there, obviously, mixed for people that support and oppose. But either way, they're already there. they're there. Whether however the process went, that the governor and whoever just directed them to go, they're there. So with that being said, since they are already there and just got pushed onto the land, people are, like I said, mixed, but then again, with them already being there, it's just, everybody's kind of like, well, what do we do now? So let's just kind of go ahead and see if we can start the C&T on these, and hopefully that they'll grow, and we'll be able to have a better food security because of it.
Thanks, sir.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Louis, for your testimony. Quick question about this proposal 88. Supposing that the board passes this proposal and then the herd, the wood bison herd gets to a harvestable level, have you guys thought about how many you would take a year or anything like that?
Thank you, Director. Through the chair, yes, we haven't really come up with numbers, but we have been engaged. I've personally been engaged on the management committee for the Lower Tanana herd. I went to the other Innoko meetings and sat through those to see how that went, and we had several meetings for the management of these. I think that if this were passed for Prop 88, that we would continue to work with that board to see, and the department, to see what a harvestable number would be for C&T. So, yeah, it would just have to come from the data and the recommendations of that management committee, in my opinion.
Any other questions for Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Louis. I think it was an honor to work with your dad on a wood bison team, and I think he was honored with one of the management plans being dedicated to your father. So he was very instrumental in one of our management plans, and thank you for being a second generation to take that lead up. Thank you. My question's kind of what Member Hoffman there is, and I was reading your minutes, which were really well done. Thank your person that's taking those notes and submitting them to us. Is it the Mento AC's belief that you'd have to get over a population of 400 before you might start applying for a cultural or educational permit?
That's a good question. Thank you for that, Al, and thank you for the comments about my father. Yeah, he was really instrumental in supportive of the first herds when they were looking at getting down there to Minto until they got pushed out to the Innoko. We know how that went, so thank you for that. As far as numbers on that, no, I don't know. If it were to go somewhere as like the Innoko had at times, there could be some problem, bison maybe here and there perhaps that might have to be getting hazed or whatever, pushed off, any problematic things like that, maybe be able to take some. And also, the bull to cow ratios with those would come into effect as well. So I think that just, through all the entities again, whether it be getting up to 400, it would not probably be very many being pulled for the C&T. We would want to see them get up and healthy before that. But if there happened to have to be any that were to be taken out with lethality, or if they died of causes, that the meat would still be good. Hopefully that would go to one of the villages so that we can help build this, build that connection with them. So, as far as numbers getting up to 400, obviously that would be good, but it would have to be something that we would just work with the department and the committee on for the management plan. But would it have to be 400 exactly? I can't say, but yeah, I don't know. We'll also be putting an RC in after this for any other questions that we might not be able to answer right now too.
All right, thank you, Louis.
Thanks. Any other questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Louis, for your testimony, and appreciate being able to attend your AC meeting the other night. So I appreciate the technology with Zoom. So anyway, I have two questions. One is, if the board decides that it's not appropriate this time to pass 88, and until we get a population direction of whether it's going to grow or not grow, and kind of see what happened, because the Innoko one's kind of been up and down, is there any reason why you can't start the educational, the training, the camps at this point now, in expectation that we can pass this proposal, which I fully support, at a later date when the population does start to show some increase?
Yeah, we're trying to just think ahead with it, obviously, and thank you for your comments, and thank you for being on the meeting the other day too, by the way. That was real nice to have you. You know, if it weren't to get passed, you know, obviously, we're not going to be out there. We would have to work with the committee and with the department and the biologist, with Luke, who's been incredibly helpful, Tom, working with those guys, incredibly knowledgeable staff working with the project. So coming up with a number, you know, before that it would have to hit before any would be taken C&T for our ceremonial purposes. You know, it's real hard to come up with an exact number without having to consult those guys first. But we would like to see something in place because of, you know, I think that most folks here are aware of the process that this went through. It just got thrown out there. You know, I think you guys had the presentation the other day on Friday. I wish I could have been a part of that for the wood bites and stuff. But, you know, it really just got pushed out there. So again, like I was saying earlier, let's try to be proactive, I think, and have something in place ready, and we can mold it, you know, fit it to what might need to be fitted there, and at least we're not waiting. Let's be more, you know, let's be proactive instead of reactionary. You know, as a longtime wildland firefighter, that's something we always strive to do, is being ready for something before it happens. So I would urge you to pass Prop 88 so that we can start getting this ready, you know, and again, molding it to what we need to do.
Just a real simple question. You mentioned black ducks in your earlier testimony. I've always referred to black ducks as something that are coastal, like scoters. Are you talking about the same animal, or what is a black duck to you?
Black duck to me are the ducks that come in kind of late spring, you know, flocks of them coming out into the flats, and they'll be way out in the open waters, sitting there with a lot of a whole flock of them sitting there. And, you know, long time ago, they would paddle up to them in canoe and shoot them. And once you hit one, the mate's going to come around, you know, because they mate for life usually. So I don't think they're the coastal ones as we think. They might be. I'm not exactly sure on their patterns of travel. But, you know, that's the ones that come in late spring, early summer that we'd be transitioning to. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for that, Louis.
Thank you for that. Thanks again for attending the meetings, too. It was great to have you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Louis, thank you very much for traveling down here. Thanks for that testimony. Thanks for answering all those questions. Thanks.
Thank you, and thanks again to each and everyone for what you do. It's a tough job, and it's really appreciated. And yeah, we would look forward to more engagement. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Awesome. Thank you. And we're going to have one more testifier before lunch. I'm going to call Carol Damberg. And if you would state your name for the record and whether you're a lawyer or not would be great.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with the board as always, and the opportunity to comment. My name is Carol Lambert. I am not a lawyer. I'm not anything near a lawyer. However, I am a biologist. I'm a long-term biologist. I worked for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for 30 years as both a biologist and a refuge manager on national wildlife refuges. I'm a hunter, I'm a fisher, I'm a camper, I'm a hiker, I'm a kayaker. I'm an all-around lover of the outdoors. I love being out there. I love eating game meat. I love eating fish. I'm here because I care about the long-term sustainable management of all wildlife species. I am one of many of the diverse constituents before you that sits in this room to provide you comments. However, today, instead of testifying about legally submitted proposals, I will still testify about this last-minute addition of RC9. I'm here to ask the Board of Game to reject this because there is no emergency. And the last-minute addition of this action by the state to this meeting agenda is a direct attempt to violate the public's right to due process of law by failing to provide the public with adequate notice or a meaningful opportunity to be heard about a regulatory action as required by the Constitution. The state just got sued on the same issue and lost in court on March 14th, and yet they are doing it once again, but in a different way. The state is making this an emergency petition because they know that pre-adoption notice and public comment procedures do not apply when the board promulgates an emergency regulation. The state added this action last minute, Friday morning, giving those in the room notice, which was me as well. Nothing appeared on the website until it was announced on Friday morning. For most of the public that was not sitting in this room, they would have never known about the proposed action unless they were sitting here on Friday morning. I felt like I was having deja vu all over again, and I believe this is a deliberate attempt, in my opinion, by the state to circumvent a court order requiring a meaningful public process on a topic that they know is very controversial. The state has submitted an emergency petition that is asking the board to find an emergency and make emergency regulations to aid in achieving the IM objectives and to provide for harvestable surplus. An emergency as defined by the statute, as I understand, is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, safety, or general welfare. Please explain to me how aerial gunning bears in the spring of 2025 is needed to preserve the public peace, health, safety, and general welfare. This is not an emergency situation. There has been no extraordinary, unforeseen event that has happened. The court case between Alaska Wildlife Alliance and the state has been going on well over a year, and we both knew we could win or we could lose. In this case, the state lost, and now they're claiming they have an emergency on their hands. It does not fit the definition. If the state does not aerial gun bears in the spring of 2025, how can that cause immediate harm to the public peace, health, safety, or general welfare? I would rather qualify the halting of an aerial gunning more as an inconvenience to the department, but not an emergency. The same inconvenience could happen due to Mother Nature, who would not allow us to go up in airplanes that spring to aerial gun. It's a real possibility, as we all know, for anybody that's a biologist working in the field. The Mulchatna herd has been declining for years, and opening up a season for harvest is not justifiable because they have not met their population objective of 30,000. This objective has been set by the state and the Board of Game. Whether or not it's right or wrong, I don't know, but aerial gunning bears in 2025 would not miraculously create a situation to open the herd to harvest, which is one of the concerns. The entire rationale that this is an emergency does not fit by definition, and I urge the board to not support this petition. Another major omission by the state in this emergency request is that it contains no information about the status of bear populations. There is no data in the emergency request, but instead a promise to have that presented at the end of the meeting prior to voting on the emergency order. Why? Why is this information not in the petition so the public can read it and comment on it? I have no way to comment on something that does not exist. That is like asking me to comment on a proposal to increase the moose harvest in a game management unit without having the data to look at to see if that's a good decision. Why can't you provide such data in a meaningful and timely way so the public has a meaningful way to comment? One of the board members asked, well, what kind of data do you need to assess this? Well, data required to assess the health and status of any population should include things like population estimates, harvest information, sex ratio information, reproductive factors, information on the egg structure of the population. These are all simple population dynamic type parameters that are regularly assessed for most ungulate populations in the state. However, they should also be assessed for bears and wolves because they are also required to be sustainably managed as per the Constitution. And I know my time is up. I was going to offer two remedies.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I've always been taught that if you are going to whine about a problem, you should provide some solutions. So,
Will you tell that to my kids, because they need to know that.
One solution I have, and what I was hoping to see, was that this proposal that's important to the Board of Game and the state would be pushed through this process, not an emergency now. You messed up the first time, let's not mess it up again. I'd rather see it go through a full, it's not an emergency, okay? The other thing that I would highly urge you to do is to reassess and bring back Proposal 29 from the last Board of Game session. That proposal was done by Pat Walsh, long-term Fish and Wildlife Service biologist from Dillingham. He put a very thoughtful proposal about reassessing the population objective for the Mulchatna herd. And in fact, if you did that, and it's based on carrying capacity of the land, which is not a snap decision or really easy, but it can be done. And if we put the money towards that instead of maybe aerial gunning, you might realize that maybe the sustainability of that population for the caribou is at a lower level. And we might get people out there harvesting a lot faster than waiting for that population to get to something that may not be obtainable, which is 30 to 80,000 before people can hunt. So my thoughts and my recommendations to you, and I, as always, greatly appreciate the opportunity and your patience and willingness to listen to me. Thank you.
Carol, thank you very much for that testimony. Are you prepared, if I ask it what were your thoughts on Proposal 101, to comment on that as well? Or are you just here specifically?
Remind me what 101 is, please.
You know, it's to add sheep to the list of species identified as important, providing a high level of human consumption.
For
To add
human
them to
consumption.
IAM.
Yeah, so my personal, I know that I didn't put this in full disclosure as I made my introduction, but I am the board president for the Alaska Wildlife Alliance, and they haven't fired me yet. So, but this is my personal testimony, and I guess my understanding is that these types of species like deer, moose, caribou are things of high consumptive use, and I fully recognize and have heard the voices of many that do subsist on these species, but most of the Dall sheep are taken for trophy purposes. So I guess my thought is the challenge with Dall sheep is that this really is a climate change habitat-based issue, and that if we start going out and eradicating predators in the name of bringing back the Dall sheep, that probably isn't going to make a big difference in my personal perspective. I'm not an expert. I'm not a sheep biologist. I have been able to watch them and study them, but we do still have very lenient and I'm guessing wolf, bear type regulations in 19C. I haven't looked them up, but if a sheep hunter is out there and they see a predator, I'm guessing they can take it. So that was my long answer. My short answer is I don't support it. Yeah, so.
I'm sorry to catch you off guard there, but I appreciate your answer, so thank you.
Yeah.
Any other, Member Wood?
Thank you, Carol, and you actually focused on the issues before the board better than some of the other suggestions as to how to proceed. But as president of the Alliance, you recognize that part of the problem that we're facing here at the board and what the state is facing is a court decision that's in existence, and a short time before, if a program were to be implemented, it would have time to be put together and actually put in place. Would your alliance consider possibility, and I'm not authorized to speak on behalf of the state, let me put that on the record right off the bat, well, would your alliance be willing to enter into a stipulation or agreement with the state to stay the proceedings of the court order pending appeal so that we could schedule a hearing down the road, plenty of time for all sides to get involved in fully briefing, et cetera, before tackling the really tough issue of whether that program should go into force or not?
If I through the chair, Member Wood, if I understand what you're asking, if there is a stay, that the action of aerial gunning the bears would not happen this year.
Negative. What I'm asking is a stay of the court order pending appeal so that the hunt, or whatever you want to call it, could go forward.
Oh.
Okay?
Okay.
But we could schedule a meeting that's devoted to nothing else other than the 19C question. Not 19C, but the question before us. And all sides would be fully briefed, because as it is now,
I think we might think this might be a little bit out of order. I think we might be getting into deliberations here. I don't know if I'm correct or not, if I could have any input on that.
I don't notice we're in deliberations. I'm asking whether they'd be willing to create a solution, but I'll abide by the ruling of the chair.
Yeah, sure thing.
Thank you, through the chair, members of the board. Any issues regarding litigation are ultimately made by the Attorney General, so the board can make recommendations to the Attorney General, but this is a public testimony time, and it's not a time to discuss litigation strategy. So I would just ask that we move on from there. Thank you.
I appreciate your effort. I appreciate your work, you know, your thoughts here, Mr. Wood. But if you still want to continue, you can. But with that explanation, what are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are, I had a meeting scheduled with the Attorney General on other matters on Monday afternoon. I was going to skip, but I think I will skip this meeting and meet with the Attorney General and see what his thoughts are on this. So I'll let it go for the time being.
Thank you for that.
I guess I'm so not a lawyer. But in not getting into the details of this, but my personal wish is that they follow the court order. I feel like the court order said that their proposal was null and void and no longer valid. And so I'm a little bit confused to how you take something that's been invalidated by the courts and make it into an emergency petition. I would like to not see Bear's aerial gun this spring, because I don't think it's an emergency, and I don't think it fits the definition of it, and I don't think it's going to bring back the Mulchatna herd any faster. I do want the Mulchatna herd to recover, there's no question, but I also want sustainable management of bears. So I want them to be considered in a way that all the other critters are being considered, and I just think that's fair. So.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Carol. Going back to 101, the intensive management for sheep, you mentioned that you recognize that sheep are used by subsistence hunters as food, but you thought that the majority of the sheep are taken for trophies. And I just was curious that my thought about trophies is that because of the really conservative manner in which sheep are managed by Fish and Game, they're just trying to take a small portion of a male population that's about ready to die, so to speak, over 8 years old, that they're put into default a trophy because those animals have the larger horns. But do you think that most of the hunters that hunt sheep are actually utilizing that meat 100% and enjoying it, and probably the best tasting meat of all the animals in Alaska? And so maybe they're not going after them as trophies?
I would hope that everybody's eating their sheep. They work really hard to get to those sheep. And actually, I'm kind of in awe of sheep and goat hunters because I look at them as being the true hunters. You know, the idea that this, I mean, I haven't delved into the politics of this. I certainly heard the former testifier here who was a little frustrated with the way things were going on sheep management. But you know, to qualify them into the I&M as something that is harvested primarily for meat, it seems like there's a lot of guides that are guiding their clients not for meat, but to get that trophy animal. And I'm just not really sure that I'm the person to really clarify that. AWA did provide some comments. Public comment number 10, I think it is, and went into more detail as to the organization's opposition, but I would follow their opposition in that, and that if they qualify an IM, everything else is going to go down that same, you know, muskox and some of these other smaller populations. I think there's only like 200 or 300 sheep a year taken. I don't know. I mean, they're limited population. They're struggling, you know. I've heard that over and over again, and I recognize that. So putting them in the I&M program, I don't think it warrants it based on the way it's defined right now.
Okay, thank you for your.
That was kind of a long-winded answer, sorry.
No, thanks for your comments, appreciate it.
Any other questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Carol, for coming in. My question will be to your professional occupation, so I feel a lot more comfortable answering. So I'm wondering, in your professional capacity, working for U.S. Fish and Wildlife, how do you use or value traditional knowledge, or is it something that's not in your biological research?
Yeah, this is a question I'm hearing a lot today. Absolutely, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is very much in tune with traditional ecological knowledge and what's going on out there. There's no question about it. It needs to be considered. As a biologist, I've only been working in the state since 2012, so, you know, I'm a newbie, but I was immediately immersed in the world of ecological knowledge and working with elders and tribal people because I worked on the Federal Subsistence Board for a little over 3 years. So I absolutely think that it's valid. It's a part of the puzzle. It's a piece of the puzzle. It's not all the puzzle. Thank you.
Thank you for showing up again.
Yeah, thank you
Good
for that
seeing you.
question.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much for showing up. Thanks for your testimony. I appreciate it a bunch. And at this time, we will break for lunch. We'll meet back here at 2. Hey, everybody, welcome back. It's a little after 2. We have 7 board members present, and we're ready to resume public testimony. We'll let Mr. Wood saunter on up here. And we're going to call Bob Castle for his testimony next.
Sombering at my age is a chore.
Okay, well, thank you. My name is Robert Castle. I am currently a member of the Matanuska Valley Fish and Game Advisory Committee and Vice President of Resident Hunters of Alaska. I considered not even testifying, knowing the history of this board favoring commercial hunting, guiding business interests. This is my personal testimony. I am reminded of my testimony and proposal rejected by this board for brown bear allocation on Kodiak Island, which favors guided non-resident hunters over the people that live in Alaska. That issue continues, and I expect a decision from the Alaska Supreme Court this year. I recently returned from Juneau, where I met with 1/3 of the legislature over issues with this board and also discussed how commercial interests have undue control over the Board of Fish. I see a bill now being advanced to effect needed changes on how these boards are appointed to limit the undue influence by commercial interests. Thus, my testimony. There are many ways to affect how fish and game resources are allocated, and Unit 19 Dall sheep is one to be decided at this meeting. If this board decides to close the resident hunting season for Dall sheep under the guise of conservation concerns, when recently guided non-resident hunters killed 90% of the sheep harvest in Unit 19, the bias of this board will be clear. It will energize the movement to put all non-resident sheep hunters on drawing permit, not just 19. I applaud Representative Jimmy's effort to what ultimately is an allocation issue being solved legislatively. The pendulum is swinging with Resident Hunters of Alaska, now over 3,500 members. Their annual Anchorage fundraiser banquet was last night here. One of RAC's main goals is to preserve Dall sheep hunting for the next generations of Alaskans. I'm asking this board to protect and preserve for Alaskans first. If limited harvest is needed, either reduce non-resident seasons or limit non-resident opportunities, as in Proposal 108. Thank you.
Bob, thank you very much for that testimony. Do you have any questions from board members? If not, Bob, thank you for traveling this way. Thanks for testifying, and I know I'm glad you did. I know you mentioned at the beginning of your testimony that you were reluctant even to do so, but without public, testimony and this interaction, this whole thing's pointless. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks for making time for me and taking my input.
And I'll call Earl Samuelson next.
Testing 1, 2. Good afternoon. Thank you all. Thank the board and staff for putting this wonderful meeting together. And I'm just going to go right into our AC proposals. On Proposal 89. We all supported. 23, we supported. 26, we supported. 27, no action. 28, just back up a little bit. We supported 26, but 27, we didn't take action because it was similar to 26 and also 28. 29, we opposed. 30, we opposed. 31, we supported. 32, supported. 38, supported. 151, we supported. 157, we support it. And then just going back to, I believe it's 157, it's the reauthorization for 18. And I wanted to speak a little bit on this one. And I was going to wait and do it as a personal, but I'm going to throw it in. Similar to moose hunting up around Nolado, Percy's testimony. If you look at the Yukon River, yes, we are getting, I'd say, populated with over persons hunting, I guess, in the area. This last fall, we had a trip down to Mountain Village. Similar people, local people coming up and saying, people are hunting at my fish campsite. People are hunting at my traditional area. People are taking moose and taking the horns in our area. And I take it similar further up the river. Initially, I thought it was between Russian Mission all the way down to the lower Yukon because the moose are abundant. When I brought this up at our AC, biologists were saying because there's lots of moose, there's enough moose for everybody. But if you see moose, people coming in and just taking the horns, why do we even allow that? We got hunters coming out of Bethel that are flying out, and if you look at the meat, a lot of it's coming in and given away locally. And why are you even allowing that? You got hunters coming in just looking for their horns. And if we're going to make the decision on this, I'd like to, and it's just my thoughts. Come on out to our area. Go down to the lower Yukon and take a ride down. Go up to Nolado. Take a look around and see what you're dealing with. Educate yourselves on your decision. Every community I went to last fall on the Yukon, similar. You probably heard about the moose that was burnt at the dump at Pilot Station. You probably saw pictures of the moose out of Pilot Station where the head was just cut off. Deal with it now before you see the word emergency comes up. So that's what I wanted to bring up on that proposal. On that one too, at our group meeting, if you look at the problem, you weigh the horns leaving our region versus the meat that stays. If you see a lot of the meat, you go to the airport, you'll see a lot of the meat per pound stays in region and given away. If you look at the poundage of horns leaving our region, it's probably a lot higher than the meat that's leaving our region. Something to look at, something to put the numbers together. I see there's lots of lawyers and biologists here. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a biologist. Traditional knowledge was mentioned. A lot of our stuff, a lot of our teachings are from our elders in our region. I call those the local biologists. The people they don't listen to until recently, traditional knowledge was mentioned. And I've heard it here several times, traditional knowledge. Our elders are slowly passing away. But even myself, I've gained some of their knowledge. It's knowledge that you don't get from a school. It's knowledge from learning, going out and doing it, understanding the system locally. And I understand local, everywhere it's different. But I take the local knowledge more serious. Sure, we got biologists. I even been to several meetings. Suggested a few things to make it easier for us, the local fishermen, to go do stuff. One year they came to our community and asked for a solution. How can we do it better? As one, you could move our boundary up the river so we can have affordable fishery. You think you're going to listen to us? Probably not, because we didn't go to school to be a biologist. But our local elderlies, we try to listen to them too. One of the things I heard earlier, we have coyotes now in our region. More so than the last few years. I mention this because you probably heard about the wolves and the caribous. We haven't hunted caribou in our region 3 years now since the crash of caribou. And I wanted to speak in favor of your RC9. You don't have, like, I see I'm not a lawyer. I'd like to see the lawyers come out to our region and see what we're dealing with. Maybe they'll change their mind and work with us. Maybe the judge could come out and go look at what we're dealing with. You mentioned Dillingham, you let your dog go and you'll see it for days. If you go out to Bethel, if you let your dog go, you'll probably see it for weeks. So, similar terrain, but people are hungry out there. I know the caribou are still out there. A couple of weeks ago, my son went out and saw 10 caribou. 3 of them were injured. Wolves still taking them down. Not so many hunters, but it's still happening. Coyotes, I know coyotes, wolves are still out there. More in number. So I wanted to thank you and invite you out there. And I know a lot of people are wanting to come out, and I'm listening out here. The sheep reminds me of when we in our region, and we still are, fighting over the salmon. We want our salmon to come back. And I see emergency. And I understand the intent. When do we call it an emergency? When there's no more animals left? Be conservative while you got them. And the sheep, I know you want your sheep. We want our caribou. We want our salmon. We sacrificed 5 years out in our region to bring moose back. And we've got plenty of moose now in our region, right around Bethel. More so on the Yukon. They too suffered to get their moose back, and they got their moose back. But it also beware, if you get too many, it opens the door up for non-resident hunting. Reasoning is there's too many moose. Oh, it'll die, it'll kill off the feed. There's enough feed for them. Yeah, okay. Caribou. Yeah, we once had an abundance of caribou years ago in the 90s. I can remember in the 90s we probably had that crash, but we did get abundance of caribou at one point. And it crashed again just recently. The Melchalta herd, I was glad I went to the meeting up there in Wasilla in January. What I didn't know was there's a Melchatna West and an East herd. And I call it the caribou Cussakum herd that's south of down by Good News Bay. And if you look at the numbers, 15,000 caribou. Divide that we have 7,500 maybe in our region. 7,000 over on the Bristol Bay side. versus once 100,000. We're down to emergency mode already, and I'm not a scientist, I'm not a biologist, but if you look at it, we are already at an emergency. We got the wolves and the bears and the now coyotes attacking these caribou. I know you don't want them to go down to 0 or 100, but you got to do something now. We don't have to wait. I applaud you for that, RC9. Keep it going. You know, it's something. I don't see the lawyers coming out to help us. I don't see the biologists coming out to help us. You know, they come up with all these solutions or answers, but at the end, sure, we're probably on the same boat. You know, we want that fish, we want that animal, we want that moose, we want that caribou. So, one thing you could do for us to help alleviate the issues on overcrowding hunting, overcrowding areas, and a lot of the resident hunters, the regulation now says 50-inch horn or more. And I thought about that. Why don't we bring it up to 30 inches or less for non-resident hunters? And if you think about it, that might help us out there, relieve some of the area hunting per population, per hunter. Lots of folks are coming in, they're looking for the bigger horns. Maybe they might look elsewhere. And I did that, made an amendment under ours, Unit 18, the reauthorization. You probably don't, I didn't see it in the notes, but I consider it, look at it, talk about it. The night vision. We supported the night vision. We looked at it as a tool to help the caribou. And then you'll be seeing bigger letters, the wolf and the wolverine, particularly targeting those that target the caribou to bring the caribou numbers back up. We looked at that. We didn't look at it as every hunter out there going to go hunt at night. We looked at it as being kind of, let's help the caribou out if we can. We got how many hunters are going to go out there with night vision in our area? There's not too many. And you'll see in the comments, our people don't hunt at night. Some maybe do, but not everybody goes at night. So I think that's all. Thank you.
Earl, thanks a whole bunch for that testimony. Thanks for coming here, and thanks for all the service to your AC. Do you have any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Earl. I appreciate your service to the AC and also in your old life, your service as a first responder. Appreciate all that.
Thank you.
And if you were king for the day, you and your advisory committee, how would you solve the problem with the amount of moose you have and not having them die on the landscape? Have them harvested and be used for human consumption versus having them die in the landscape? How would you take care of that problem? Because that's where we're at.
That's with the, I grew up, our elders say, animals travel in a cycle. Like me, they have I see this with the otters when I was first taught how do animals travel. I listened and watched. If you take an otter and it'll make a circle back around, it might take a while, a week or two. And then the moose came. They're saying the moose will come down, and I don't think there's anything we can do about it, it's probably part of their cycle. Is they'll go down to the ocean and then gone. That's the end of their cycle, then start over again. But, I know you're looking for an answer, but that's your answer. You guys got to figure that one out. But if I would, I could say, like on the sheep, I don't know. Maybe we just got to back off a little bit. But our situation is we've got so much moose in the Yukon area. It's attracting a lot of extra hunters. There's not much we can do about it. But I think we've got to live together on it. Maybe designate a few more areas where non-resident guys can go hunting. I'd say, take the sport over down to St. Mary's and hash it out. Meet with the local guys. Your answers are there. You just got to find them. Come on down to Bethel and let's have a meeting down there and work on some of our issues, our hearing. Go to St. Mary's. Go to Nolado. Go to where the problems are and understand it better. But there's no one answer.
I wasn't very, I just wanted to hear your thoughts because you have a enviable moose population, got the biggest in the state, and there's lots of them.
Well, we sacrificed, Yukon sacrificed 5 years. We sacrificed 5 years. If you want that, that was our magic number. And that's how the moose populated quickly with the calving and protecting and I hear like climate change now. But for the moose, the climate change doesn't seem to affect the growth. It might on the sheep, but it's something to look at. If you want your sheep to come back, it's time to probably back off. Maybe 5 years. And the bison, when the bison was coming up into the Unoko, it was like, oh, shoot, what do we do? Because the bison then on the Unoko, several ended up migrating all the way down past Bethel and down towards Quinnahock. Didn't make it back. Yeah, let's say it got consumed. Okay. They were not from our region. And Grayling, lots of snow that year. They had a bison issue. Problem, deep snow. It's like the moose. Got to find somewhere to get around and stomp around. You might see that over there in Manly or Minto. Just be aware they're introduced to the region. The feed is similar, but they have different. I think they're a little different. We haven't figured out the bison in our area anyway.
Well, thank you, Earl. I really appreciate your comments and your local knowledge. Thanks.
Okay.
Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Earl. Thank you for serving on the AC for all those years. Just three proposals. The first one is 132. It's the non-residents being able to position their snow machine for wolves. And you guys were opposed to that. Have you noticed that there's more non-residents that may be participating in the wintertime, trying to catch wolves or wolverines?
We don't see non-residents. It's mostly the local guys. And when we read that, we discussed it, and no sense in supporting it if we don't see the number there.
Okay, gotcha.
And it might have, you gotta excuse me a little bit too, because since maybe, I don't know, I keep thinking about the non-residents during the moose season time. Maybe we can change the non-resident hunting to winter season. If they want to come out, let them come out during the winter. And they'll still get their moose. There's a lot of moose on the Yukon. That might be your answer,
And so another one is 123, which was really interesting. I was reading your guys' minutes, and I thank you for whoever creates your minutes did a very good job. Allow pay to be provided for proxy hunters. You're one of the few groups that was supporting this, and I'd like some background
We
on
did
that.
discuss that around the table. And one of the, we like to proxy for people who cannot go hunt. We also looked at, let's see, how would you feel if someone just dropped a moose off in your yard and say, here you go? And we looked at the integrity of that. We have elders that want to, hey, can I help out? It's one of the few ways they can help. It's, well, maybe here's a box of shells. Maybe here's a gallon of gas for you to go do this for me. It's a cultural. If we give back, we don't. We're taught not to. For every good deed or anything you do, or anything, we are taught not to expect anything back. Okay, now that I'm getting a little older, I still like to give. I'm sure you would like to give as you get older to help someone out to do a proxy for you. And I didn't see it as a opening up a can of worms. We didn't see that. We looked at it as give that elder a chance to pitch in a little bit if he's willing and able. That's how we looked at it. So we supported it that way. Not to open up to everybody, but give that person a chance that you're going to proxy for to help you go on your hunt. That's all we do. That's all we do.
Thank you, that's really good. And then just the last one, I seen in your minutes, you did have somebody from the department there. Proposal 89 was to have mandatory education for non-residents for moose hunting. And you guys made the amendment that you'd like to see it done by GMU because, and you made it very clear that, you know, your area is completely different than, you know, South Central here in Anchorage area, that the education should be more to the game management unit than a statewide issue.
Yes, and in fact, I was the one that made that amendment. And looking at the number of hunters coming into especially the Yukon. Well, that's why I did that. It was, well, maybe if they want to hunt in the area, educate them in your unit, in your game unit. 18 is different than 19. As I could, you know, I'm not a sheep hunter. We're on the Yukon, Kuskokwim. All our sheep are gone. We don't have any. We got them all. Well, that was it. We don't get sheep.
So I was just curious,
No.
Did you guys ask the department if that was even something that could feasibly be done?
No, that's where I'm. If anybody wants to come up and hunt, if they're serious enough, and if there's training, I'm not a, you know, yeah, there's online training, but if you wanted to come up and hunt in Unit 18, I was thinking this, you might not want to come up and go through the training. Well, but that might relieve some of the issues on non-resident hunters coming up into the region. And I just look at that as a tool. Well, okay, let's change it a little bit. See what we can do to change it. You know, it's online. It's so easy. People from all across the country take you on training. Okay, I can go hunting. And if we change it to say, okay, let's go. If we're going to hunt in 19 or 20 or 18, I'm down in the lower 48. I got to go up in person. If I want to go hunt moose this fall, I got to take a winter class or something, and then educate myself on the unit, and then go. It might be a burden, airfare and housing, to come up and take the class. And maybe they might not want to come up next time. Just a tool.
Yeah. No, I greatly appreciate it. It was really good when I was reading your minutes that, you know, that's, you know, thinking outside the box, thinking, you know, hey, that makes a lot of sense. You know, Game Management Unit 19 is nothing like Game Management 20. So
It's different
I
all
appreciate
across.
all your guys' work and,
Yep.
you know, good amendment, good conversation.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for showing up here. Thanks a bunch for testifying, and it was great getting to visit with you.
Thank you. So we could go moose hunting now? You know that all the illegal moose are better anyway.
Can I call Arnold Huntington, please? So first call for Arnold Huntington, Cabot Pitts.
Guess this is on. Good afternoon, through the chair to the board. Thank you all for being here and taking your time to hear the testimony that everybody's got in front of us. A lot of important stuff, and I appreciate you guys spending your time. For the record, my name is Cabot Pitts. I'm an Alaska resident, hunting outfitter, and a small air taxi operator. I also am the vice president of the Alaska Professional Hunters Association, but all the comments I make today are my own. There are a couple proposals in front of you today relating specifically to Dall sheep and emergency orders to revive a dwindling Mulchatna caribou herd. And I would like to touch briefly on some topics that I find are very important. For Dall sheep, I'm in support of Proposal 98 relating to not being able to fly and scout for Dall sheep while there's an active hunting season. It should be extended to August 1st through October 15th, and I fully believe when there are hunters in the field hunting, you should not be flying around the mountains scouting and looking for sheep. There's ample amount of time to use personal planes ahead of the season and not ruin an experience for other users that are out possibly already hunting. It's special for everyone that takes their time and hikes into the mountains to hunt sheep and are out there for the experience to make it into just the shooting distance of a legal mature ram. And it's super difficult nowadays, especially with the lower populations today. And to get into that close of a distance and to make an ethical shot and then have a plane buzz over and scare those rams away from you is just unacceptable. There's just no excuse. And just in reference to the 19C sheep closures, I urge the board to use the 19C working group's recommendations for a guide concession program on state land. They've been working hard to find a solution to this very difficult situation, and I think that they are getting close to that solution. I personally operate on exclusive federal concession lands, BLM, and state lands in the state, and when you have an investment in an area, one has the responsibility of managing that area for the greater good. And the experience for all users is balanced, and it gives an investment in the area instead of just a taking mentality. The animals thrive, and the experience for all users is positive. There have been, attacks in the past from other organizations on how the guiding industry is out of control. And I think the board has the tools in their pocket right now to address that, and by having a state guide concession that will help solve the problem in some of these high use areas. And I just urge the board to pick the right road to recovery, and that's just implementing a guide concession on state land. For the emergency order relating to the bear killings to help the dwindling Mulchatna herd population, I'm trying to look at this in much positive light as possible. And being a guide and an outfitter, if we stick with our conservation roots and means to understanding that nature works best when everything is balanced, meaning every species, big or small, plays an important role in keeping an ecosystem healthy. Now that humans are in the picture, instead of focusing on just one animal, we need to look at the bigger picture. How all those animals are connected. And when one species is struggling, it's a sign something is off. And as humans, we can aid in being part of the solution to help rebalance things if one species is in dire need of help. And there are only so many levers that humans can do in this case, and reducing the predation on those small calves can have a direct effect on that dwindling population and its drastic recovery that's needed. So that's all I have for right now, and I just urge the board to pick the right choice and the right route. Thank you.
Cabot, thanks so much for that testimony. Any questions from board members? If not, I got a quick one for you, Cabot. You talked about, extending the, the no-fly for sheep to October 15th. And you talked about it enhancing a quality experience. And I asked a question to a person yesterday. Why are we just talking about sheep? How come we aren't talking about goats as well? I realize that you can't judge a goat with a super cub, but you can surely tell if it's a group of billies or a single billy. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, I don't know, in general, I mean, I'm an outfitter. I'm also an air taxi guy. I fly guys out into the field and drop them, lots of resident hunters. I just feel like when there's other hunting parties out there, everybody wants the experience of being out in the wilderness, traditional uses, things like that. They want to have a mindset of like, I'm out here in this great state. I'm not going to get buzzed by an airplane. I don't think that it's warranted, and I think it just makes for a better experience if you've got hunters in the field. There's no need for flying around and looking at animals. I mean, you have plenty of time outside of seasons to do that. And I mean, it's been proven like we're out there to hunt. I don't think we're out there just to go and shoot an animal, put it on social media and take the credit from, the lower 48 guys that are like, yeah, I killed a sheep, I killed a goat because I used my airplane. I just don't think that's, in my personal opinion, why we're out there doing it. I think, it could just be broadened to goats as well, if it needed.
Thanks for that. Any other questions from board members? If not, Cabot, thank you very much for that testimony. And
Thank you
I'll
all.
call up Penelope Haas.
Can you guys hear me? Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chair, and through the Chair of the Board, for the opportunity to comment. My name is Penelope Haas, and this is my second time sitting in front of you with this proposal. The first time I brought it to you was for the South Central area, and at that time you heard what I had to say and suggested that it was a good idea to bring it here as a statewide proposal, so that is what I'm doing. I'll just say the proposal has my name on it, but it sure did have a lot of other folks help me make this. It's not really mine. I'm just here representing, there's probably over 100 people who have contributed in one way or another to this proposal from the Kachemak Bay area, both the Homer side and the other side of Kachemak Bay, starting in 2019, 2020. When we had a very significant uptick in sea duck harvest observed, just from a couple more guides coming from out of area and bringing their clients there. And so we put together a whole bunch of ideas, and this is the one that really survived all the critique. So I want to just focus on, you guys have seen sort of my justification for why I think this proposal is a good one. I just want to take this opportunity to respond to some of the comments from the department and stuff from other ACs. I'll just start by pointing out that I'm really excited to see that we got unanimous support from the ACs in Kodiak and Anchorage, very high support from both Homer and the Mat-Su, and support from Seldovia. That, to me, indicates that this proposal is putting its finger on an actual problem and solving it in a way that is agreeable to folks who live in the areas where these sea ducks overwinter and where harvest happens in the wintertime. I want to just talk a little bit about the department, as you've noticed, opposes this proposal, and I don't feel like, I want to just respond to some of the reasons that they put forward. One of the things the department says is that we can't trust hunters to reliably ID birds. And that's a complicated, bag limits are species based. If we can't trust hunters to ID birds, how can we even trust that they're appropriately filling their bag limits? I mean, if you take that premise, it kind of unravels the whole justification for a hunt. It may be that some folks misidentify birds periodically, but I think we have to assume that hunters can more or less identify birds, and that some information is better than no information in this case. Another issue that was brought forward, kind of connected to this, is the cost. So the department doesn't believe that folks can reliably ID birds and suggests that to kind of compensate for this, you could send in samples into the department, like wings, for some percentage of the harvest, and that the department could then verify them, and then they say that this would be very expensive. I just don't think that that is necessary. You could send in a photograph just as well if the department wanted to do that. Again, I don't know how necessary that is. This may be making perfect the enemy of the good. You know, what our current system for monitoring harvest is very limited, and we're just trying to make it better here. And then another issue that the department had was that if we estimate harvest when we are not estimating population numbers, we don't have a complete picture. So I don't know if you guys, how long ago you read those comments, but the department points out that population numbers for sea ducks, population estimates are not very good. And that's because, and the department is not alone in this assessment. If you look at folks across the board who specialize in sea ducks and migratory waterfowl, they will all agree, everyone I've talked to agrees that we really don't have good population numbers for sea ducks, and that has a lot to do with the fact that where they are when the Pacific Flyway surveys occur is not where the Pacific Flyways are being done. So instead of, there are some sea ducks that go down south, but a lot of our sea ducks are actually just going up to the boreal forests. And when they're under trees or just spread out in more diffuse populations, we're not counting them. So we don't have good population numbers. That's not a good reason to not get some harvest numbers. It kind of, I think the logic goes in the reverse order. If we don't have numbers on population, we should try to get some numbers. And folks out there in the field telling us what they're harvesting is probably the cheapest way we can do that, which brings me to...
Oh, continue, yeah.
Great, which brings me to some of the critiques from the ACs, which is to do with cost and the burden of doing this report. And I think that's, I don't want to dismiss that out of hand, but I think the question is, how valuable is this data, and is it worth the cost to the state and or to the hunters? And as far as the state is concerned, I think just adding in, we already have an existing online harvest report system. This would just be one more portal in that. It can't be that expensive. And as far as the inconvenience to the hunters, cleaning your gun is a lot more inconvenient. Washing the mud off your clothes takes more time than it will be to do this report. And so if you can just take a minute and send in those numbers maybe at the end of the day or however you guys decide to set it up, I think we'd get a lot of value there. And really the intention as far as cost to the department goes with this proposal is not that this be data that be used as a fine-tooth comb that we have to spend every minute assessing. It's really intended to be like a flag that goes up when we have a big jump in harvest. And we saw and can expect to see again big jumps in harvest if we have changes in guiding, essentially. So there's nothing wrong with a guide moving into an area, but they are trying to make a profit. And in Homer, just the addition of 2 more guides for a couple years, each of those boats has 5 people or so on them, and they're trying to limit out. And that can be 100 birds a weekend per boat in a given area. And I could go on, but I'll just say I'd be happy to take your questions.
Penelope, thank you very much for the testimony. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, and I'm just bearing on experience on the Board of Fisheries on what they call in-season management. Are you assuming that this data would be available to the department to make in-season judgments as to whether the hunt should continue or not continue?
That would be ideal, though not absolutely necessary. It would definitely be ideal in season to have that, that the digital, but it is not necessary. If the department were to not respond until the following year, that would still be better than not responding at all.
Okay, and I'll be the first to tell you, I am not computer competent, but this portal that you're referencing, how easy is it to incorporate this portal into what already exists?
I'm not a computer scientist either, but I've made my own website for my own business, and adding one more thing on a page is not difficult, especially if it's in the exact same format. But you'd have to, I can't answer that with a high level of confidence. Adding more information, or like adding one more field into an existing system, is not complicated.
The value that you believe would be involved or gained by doing this would simply be if something were grossly different, it would jump to someone's attention.
Absolutely, yes.
And for that to happen, the department will have had to been processing it currently as the hunt takes place. That's why I'm asking this line of questioning. I don't see how that is going to be of benefit.
I see what you're driving at, and I guess I'm going to agree that it would be ideal if in season there could be a change, but it is also much preferable if they respond the following year. And so just to play out the scenario that we had in Kachemak Bay, where there's a couple more guides and there is potential, we don't know what happened in terms of harvest, but it is reasonable to expect that it is somewhere between like 30 and 50% more birds getting harvested in a given year. What would be ideal is that we could adjust bag limits within that season. If we can't do that, it's definitely still good to make adjustments the following season. And the reason for that is back to, I think there's really 3 core pillars that, to my mind, hold up why we need this. And that is, number one, that sea ducks are migratory waterfowl, and they are small game, but they are unique in that category in the sense that they have a very low reproductive rate. So they have very few chicks per clutch. They only have 1 clutch per year, and they only reproduce when they're 3 years old. This is not a proposal for mallards, because mallards are not like that. Dabbling ducks, puddle ducks, if the population goes down, their biology, they jump back up. But sea ducks are not like that. And this is not controversial. This is accepted science. If you look at the Sea Duck joint venture, which is a combination of BOEM, USGS, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, a bunch of Canadian environmental organizations, this is not debatable, or it's not up for debate. So they have very low reproductive rate, and the survival of their chicks is much lower in comparison to puddle ducks. And they also have really high levels of site fidelity.
Thank you.
So if you could respond the next year, that's still good.
That summarizes it. Thank you.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Penelope, thanks for being here. Thanks for keep going. That's great. You're no stranger to the complexity of waterfowl management, across the country and certainly in the state of Alaska. I'm just curious, have you approached the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Office of Migratory Bird Management?
Yeah, they came out with us they came out with and participated in our 4th annual survey last year. A representative from there, and they looked at our survey protocols, and they looked at this. We've been in, it's not formal, but we've talked definitely with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about this.
That's outstanding. Have you talked to them about monitoring the harvest specifically in Kachemak Bay? And probably also it's worth have you had a conversation with them about sea duck populations overall? The other thing I'd add is, in the room, we've got a pretty good number of Alaska Migratory Bird Co-Management Council members. I'd encourage you to connect with those folks too.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, there was some comments from folks coming in that, why would we create another statewide thing when HIP already exists? I think because it's easier. HIP is a nationwide thing, and to try to change HIP in one area is not going to be nearly as easy as to change what happens within the state. ADF&G and U.S. Fish and Wildlife and everyone I've talked to about HIP acknowledges that the data that it provides is very, very limited, and that is why it's not being used and has never been used in the state of Alaska, as far as anyone I've talked to knows, to adjust bag limits.
Thank you.
Yeah, Penelope, thank you very much for that testimony. And one of the things we need to consider as a board and we need to put on the record is the cost to private persons if we adopt a proposal. In your opinion, we talked a little bit about, this portal, an individual that might not have access to a computer to get to that portal. Would it be fair to say that there might be additional cost to private persons if we adopt this proposal?
I mean, you guys, I think if you were to say that, you have a lot of online harvest reporting coming through the Department of Fish and Game for all kinds of harvests. So I don't know that this one is going to be any more it is not more burdensome than any other harvest report system that is in place.
I got it. I'm not trying to hang you up on anything. It's just one of the things we need to get on the record here. I realize it isn't real burdensome, but we would be adopting this proposal, so it would be a new.
It feels negligible just to me as someone who does my own harvest reports and has limited, spotty internet. I think the way that you could accommodate the issue that you're talking about, which is like, okay, I'm out in the field, I don't have internet, and I'm not going to have it for a week or whatever, is to bake in some leeway in terms of how long someone has to report. I wouldn't suggest waiting till the end of the season because I don't know anyone who can remember how many birds they harvested at the end of the season, but giving folks a week feels very reasonable to deal with what you're talking about potentially.
Thanks for that. I appreciate it, Penelope. Thanks. Any other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Penelope, for coming and talking to us. And this is just a comment. I don't really need an answer from you, but Nancy and your group down in there in Kashmir Bay have been coming to us for probably 25 years with Kashmir Bay issues.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you doing that, and I realize that they're happening and what your concerns are. And I just want you to continue to work towards a solution, whether we can do it at this board meeting or not. But just, I think they're real and they're important, and you guys see them every single day during the hunting season. So thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, and I will just say, in my time that I've been here, I've had a chance to talk with some folks from the other ACs, and the fact that Kodiak was a 12-0 in support and Anchorage was 8-0 in support and Matsu was 10-1 in support indicates that those folks may not be bringing this proposal forward, but there is guided and unguided, but there's significant sea duck harvest happening in the Kodiak area and Prince William Sound areas that would benefit from something like this.
Thanks for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Penelope. Thank you for coming back, being a repeat offender. You speak very clearly and very confident. How confident, your group is pretty well diverse and you guys are always talking. How do you feel the confidence level of the harvest data that HIP collects, since they just randomly take, surveys? And so how accurate do you think their data is on harvest?
Well, we asked them that. So we asked ADF&G and we asked U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about that when as we were creating this proposal. It is, you will have to ask them, but my understanding is that the data they're getting is not statistically significant in the sense that there's not enough. So they send out, everyone must register, and then they send out, I think it's 5% of the folks who are registered receive something in the mail where they're solicited to voluntarily report at the end of the season how many birds did you shoot last year and how many of each species. And so that data is not very useful, my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming back again.
Any other questions? If not, Penelope, thank you very much for that testimony. It was really clear. You did a great job.
Thank you.
And I'll call Robert Fithian.
Mr. Chairman, board members, my name is Robert Fithian. I traveled here to testify from Prince of Wales Island. These comments are RC 111. As always, I consider it an honor to come before you in what I consider the most democratic process of wildlife conservation that exists in the world. My history in this arena includes 12 years of dedicating 50 days a year of prep and attendance working for the professional guide industry. Several state and federal appointments on both the subsistence and sport hunting side, including 2 terms on a White House Bipartisan Conservation Council, where my personal seat was to represent America's hunting industry in relation to wildlife conservation. I have presented many presentations by invitation throughout North America at international wildlife symposiums or similar events about Alaska's wildlife conservation programs, but more specifically, a number of presentations titled Predator and Prey Relationships in Alaska. Tiger Resources Conservation is a management and consulting entity specializing in conservation-based natural resource industry support. We provide industry, governmental, regional, and community assistance in understanding, developing, and maintaining conservation-based initiatives. Proposal 79 was submitted by TRC. My focus today, as always, will be for the voice of the heartbeats of the wild things in the wild places, those that have no voice of their own in this often human combative arena, and to help provide for all people who depend upon or enjoy the results of prudent stewardship for what many of us feel is Alaska's most treasured natural resource. Regarding Dall sheep proposals you have before you, please know that I have spent over 2,500 days of my life in the field within GMU 19C, observing and recording Dall sheep population trends, lamb survival, twinning rates, yearling survival, range conditions, from well before the Osechek decision in 1988, and most importantly, many years before the ballot initiatives of 89 and 91 that stripped us from being able to effectively manage our predator-prey ratios. By the late 1990s, due directly to an uncontrollable wolf populations, that region was, with many others, plummeted into low-density equilibriums for prey species, and an incredible transformation occurred relative to habitat utilization. The country basically became sterile. Sheep numbers, for instance, that had averaged 360 individual sightings per year dropped to below 50. Moose and caribou with similar ratio of depletion. My guide business went from 12 long-term multiple species hunts per year with great success to questionably 2. It's important for you to recognize how great that conservation tragedy was in food, local economics, and jobs on the former healthy communities of the Upper Kuskokwim. There were numerous air taxis, guides, transporters, bed and breakfasts, meat processors, and related viable economic activity, much of which was local resident-owned and operated, and which are no longer in existence today. The AC process was vibrant, robust, and well-attended. Note that those new dollars associated with the healthy hunting industry have a 7 times rebound factor of spending in Alaska's rural communities. And all of this good was without threatening healthy but managed predator species. The only thing that has helped the 19C prey species since, and the residual related economics from 19C, was the development of the 19D East Predator Management Program. As the caribou and some moose population from 19C typically migrate down into 19D East during the winter, the wolves follow and are subject to harvest, which has allowed for a slight resurgence in habitat utilization and prey population increases within 19C. Naturally, both prior and post-ballot initiative impact, we had hard winters that took heavy toll on sheep numbers and caribou numbers. The difference of overall survival and subsequent recruitment rates between healthy and low-density populations is tremendous. When weather events accented with predator harvest and stress, and I stress the stress aspect, are combined on low-density sheep populations, the results are tragic and recruitment within those confines takes much longer. However, when those same weather factors apply to a healthy population where predator and prey populations are balanced, successful recruitment is greatly compounded to the positive side. I've lived through and watched these cycles occur on several occasions in 19C without the allocation concerns you have before you today. I like to believe that most Alaskans, like myself, like our wolves and consider them a unique part of our lives. However, we do not like them in quantities where their impacts work against the best interests of the whole, our given habitats, and our management mandates of sustained yield, abundance, and maximum benefit. You have tools to address this in your toolbox. Mr. Chairman, I'll stop my testimony for Tiger Resources at this time. So,
Thank you for that. Do we have any questions from board members? I have a few questions, but I'll probably wait till your personal testimony, so no questions, you can go on with your personal testimony.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Robert Fithian. I traveled here from Hollis, Alaska on Prince of Wales Island. Tools, continuing with the tools in your toolbox. Predator management for 19C. Thank you. Moose and caribou from 19C have long been high-level consumptive species for the Upper Kuskokwim residents. I encourage the department to provide you with the data necessary sooner than later. They have data from 19B, 19D, and 19C. Look carefully at that data, request input from leadership and Department of Law, and move forward sooner than later. Intensive management listing for Dall sheep. There are numerous communities throughout the sheep ranges where there are positive C&T findings for sheep. From my seat, you're only doing your job by helping low-density populations where predators, primarily wolves, are directly associated with the LDE. Please know that I've watched this board establish many of these programs at meetings no different than this one. You can do this. Just work carefully with the Department of Law and Wildlife Conservation leadership to assist you. As much as it's unpalatable to say, the human harvest factors relative to Dall sheep and LDE have little or no impact on recruitment or cause and effect, as long as there's a full curl only law in effect. I know it's only natural to think that if we allowed human harvest opportunity to continue during LDE, that it would assist in recruitment. But please know I can tell you that it does not. Regardless of what we naturally want to think, eliminating hunting opportunity when there is a full curl law in effect does nothing to enhance recruitment. The mid-age rams are always more viral and healthier, and the recruitment does not take a hit as long as the full curl law is in effect. One thing you can do is request heavy penalties and strict enforcement of sublegal ram harvest. Regarding weather changes, winter Chinooks and icing events that our sheep have such a hard time with, these are not new events. They have occurred and will continue to occur as long as our climate naturally continues to warm. Please do not allow for concepts of climate change as being the cause of wildlife reductions over predators and predator stress. We have been in a warming cycle for 5,000 to 7,000 years, and these Chinooks and icing events are nothing new. They will continue to occur. We have to provide predator-prey balance to optimize recruitment from these events. At long last, the guide concession program has become law in 19C. We hope, Mr. Chairman and board members, that you will get something passed at this meeting that moves this program forward. But 19C has been selected as the initial implementation area. This has been a long time coming and a program I championed for many years. I believe that the program as currently designed is better than any previously proposed, as it mandates you as a priority entity. You as the Board of Game are going to have to grow with it. It brings stabilization, viability, and sustainability to the professional guide industry. Please greet this program with enthusiasm and patience as you move through startup of this much-needed program, and thank you very sincerely for your long-term continued support of this development. Please note that moving to a drawing permit hunt is typically the kiss of death for many guide service providers who are not able to effectively compete for the permits and cannot maintain a viability based on chance of the draw. Every time there comes a low-density cycle before this board that may possibly restrict hunting opportunity, this board since inception has had to deal with allocation fights. It's nothing new. Fortunately, previous boards of game have found it prudent to help you by establishing policy guidelines for you to consider and use. They are originally founded as simple board of game policies and were eventually amended and amended again to lead to your current one. That policy is 2017-222, and I submitted it for you to have easier at hand, RC 110. I encourage you, if you have not already done so, to familiarize with that works. It's comprehensive, fair, and balanced for you to have and utilize. The board has typically followed these guidelines with small exception. In one case, in GMU 14, the history of effort provisions were changed slightly, understandably because of GMU 14's proximity to large human populations. 19C is not close to a large human population center, and for all of the reasons listed in that policy, I encourage you to hold the line with those guidelines. There's a constant effort to eliminate or reduce non-resident hunter opportunity, And as I do not have the time to address it, please review the contribution to Alaska that the professional guidance industry provides as well written and documented within that policy. The hue and cry for eliminating non-resident opportunity will never go away, but you have a time-proven policy to help you provide for what's needed and fair for Alaska. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Wood.
Thank you. Tried to get this information from someone else, but you seem like the ideal person. My understanding is that the concession legislation has been sponsored by Senate Resources, which normally if a resource committee takes over a particular piece of legislation, you can pretty well assure it's going through that body with flying colors. You're on top of the process. What do you think of the chances of success of that bill getting through and getting funded?
Well, I've been deeply involved in this for 20 years of my life, and I would say at this time, based on what happened last year, at last year's session, and the visits I had within the House last week or 2 weeks ago, my feeling is that we're way in the upper 90% bracket of getting the bill repassed and the funding being included. And I'm quite confident in that. And there's been a lot of hard work done to get to that point and for me to be able to say that. But that's where my confidence level is. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that assessment, because I've not inquired down there, nor do I intend to. But I really was curious, because part and part of a recommendation that the group came forward with involves that concession.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Bobby, for your testimony. Appreciate all that information. In your testimony, you made some reference. You referenced that basically full curl strategy. If we stick to that, we should be okay. Is that?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, yes, yes. Again, I'm quite confident that that is the case, Josh. And it doesn't come from biology. It doesn't come from scientists. It comes from my long history there and some keen observation of these same low-density cycles and how well the sheep rebounded without the allocation fight and without loss of allocation.
All right, thank you. The other part of my question is, with that being said, do you think this full curl strategy would work in all conditions, in all circumstances? And to add a little bit more, do you know, if we are going to rely strictly on full curl strategy in all times, do you think that hinders adaptive management to some degree?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, could you define adaptive management for me, please?
So if we're going to rely strictly on full curl management, do you think that kind of pulls focus away from other ideas in times and situations when we get to lower abundances of sheep, where looks like we're in now, and maybe the lowest we've had in a long time?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, thank you for the good question. No, I don't believe that we should hang our hat on full curl. I think that you're looking at, I am listing for sheep. I think we have a responsibility to our wild sheep populations, no different than any other populations. And if you're looking at maintaining healthy populations, don't hang your hat just on full curl management, but do whatever you need to do to enhance predator-prey ratios to a realistic balance. And I like to think of, a percentage of the carrying capacity of the ranges being utilized as a baseline for where we should try to maintain those healthy populations at. And I believe the full curl law works, does its job for us relative to recruitment, because we're not doing anything to negatively affect recruitment by continuing hunting, whether we want to hunt or not. And most guides, most resident hunters are going to pull their horns in low-density cycles, just like we've done before, and we haven't been in this allocation fight. So I believe it's we all have a responsibility, Josh, and the full curl law does a lot for us, but we just don't hang our hat on it. So.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Appreciate it. And since I know you lived in the area and you know a lot about sheep, the last question I have is, do you think selective hunting leads to smaller horns by us continuing to take the largest rams on the landscape for an extended period of time? Do you think we're going to eventually end up with smaller sheep horns?
Well, I think that if that was the case, it would have happened already. And we still continue to harvest, as of 4 or 5 years ago, we were still harvesting 10, 12, 13-year-old rams, and quite a few rams that are pushing 40 inches or over 40 inches, and a lot of those rams are 6 and 7 years old. So no, I don't. Thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again, Bobby. I appreciate all your many years of testimony and participating in the board process. Can I ask you a question about the criteria for the full curl ram, the 3 criteria that makes it a legal sheep, whether it be full curl or broom bow size or 8 years? You think those are good criteria and you'd like to see them stay in place, or what do you think about that?
Through the chair, Member Loring, they've been what we've had for years, and I believe we've made them work. I don't want to look at trying to define anything new. I like them the way they are, and I'd like to stay status quo.
Thank you.
Hey, Bobby, I know we talked a lot about IM and predator control, and I have a couple questions for you. I know, we've talked in the past about coyotes. What's your thought on coyote predation on sheep? And then the second part of it, have you given any thought to habitat enhancement for sheep? And if you believe that would work, such as prescribed burns, maybe even supplemental feeding or mineral licks or anything like that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll talk with the enhancement opportunity first. The only thing I can say in the regions I know, which would be the Raggles, portions of the Chugach, good portion of the Talkeetnas, the Alaska Range, mineral supplementation, that gets my antennas up fast, especially in low-density cycles like we're in now. Man, a little bit of more mineral, and those animals are so afraid now that they can't access the habitats that they traditionally access. They're afraid they're going to get eaten. So they have to spend their summer, fall months living high, not typically in the bountiful flowers. They're living in the rocks, and they have to be cautious about trending down where they can get eaten, and they don't get to move into the winter as healthy as they do when we've got more balanced cycles. But a little bit of extra mineral is always complements their diet and their health. So I don't know how we could go about that, but I like the thoughts of mineral supplements. And if you excuse me, could you repeat the first part of your question again, please?
Oh, yeah, the first part was just, how do you think coyotes fit into this matrix?
Coyotes prey on sheep and not just lambs. They will harvest ewes or small rams at times, but primarily lambs, and they learn how to hunt them, and they're very efficient at it. However, when you have a high wolf population, your coyotes typically disappear. And if the wolves have moose and caribou populations to primarily prey on, and they don't decide to live in the sheep habitats, then the coyotes move up and they hunt the ecosystems that are typically the base of the rocks and the beginning of vegetation. And that's where the coyotes live, and they'll den and live in those areas. But they are eating sheep lambs, and they're looking for them. They're quite effective. So any place where there are coyotes, they are an impact on sheep. That's what I can tell you. But any place there's a lot of wolves, there are no coyotes. So,
Thanks for that. Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bobby, for all the many years of participating in the board process and representing an NGO. I know you're real familiar with the recommendations from the Sheep Working Group and Proposal 190. And so I'm curious what your understanding is the first request was to have a closure for the general season except for the registration sheep hunt. And then in 2026 and 27, we'll go to the 80-20 draw permit. What is your belief with the RS 380 hunt? Is that going to still be implemented every year there's a drawing hunt, or do you think that registration sheep hunt won't happen?
through the chair, Member Barrett, could you define the RS 380 hunt for me, please?
That's the subsistence hunt that you have in 19C.
I strongly support that subsistence hunt based on the customary and traditional use of those animals. What I don't support is any commercial level of utilization of that hunt. So, and I would support it in any way I could possibly. People you have to realize that currently local harvest from the upper Kuskokwim communities isn't as much as it used to be, due primarily to the AMA, to 19D East being the success that it has been, has allowed for that moose population to provide for food for the upper Kuskokwim residents, where they know that 19C has been hammered hard and low-density equilibriums exist for prey species there. So we haven't seen the amount of utilization in the 19C region that we used to, primarily because of the success of the AMA. But nothing should take away from those people's customary and traditional lifestyle in those mountains there. So.
Okay, thank you, because I was just unclear, because the recommendation didn't recommend to close it or opening it, just never mentioned it like it did in the first bullet point, so I was concerned about that.
The take has been historically small, and I would strongly support it at any time that people from the upper Kuskokwim want it. So,
thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming here, and I'll call up Nicole Schmidt. And you're signed up for 2 testimonies, so which one do you want to do first?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll do Alaska Wildlife Alliance first, please.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nicole Schmidt, and I am the Executive Director of the Alaska Wildlife Alliance, and I'm testifying on behalf of our board and membership. AWA was founded in 1978. Our staff, board, and membership is diverse to include IRL and rural members, hunters, fishers, wildlife viewers, Alaska Natives, guides, and biologists. I was hoping to spend my time testifying on the statewide proposals. Our comments can be found in PC 10. We worked really hard to submit those comments, and I welcome your questions and appreciate your consideration. But instead of discussing those important issues, I find that I must respond to ADF&G's RC9, the emergency petition to conduct aerial gunning of Mulchatna aerial wolves, black and brown bears, regardless of their age or sex. Yesterday, we heard some testimony on this RC, and as the organization at the heart of the issue, there's simply too much to respond to in this remaining time, and that alone is quite frustrating. But I'll give the summary. The Superior Court, as you all have heard, ruled that the program was, quote, unlawfully adopted and therefore void and without legal effect. It is our interpretation, therefore, that the Mulchatna Bear Control Program does not currently exist, and the nearly 200 bears that were killed by the state were done so illegally. The court remanded this back to the Board of Game for further proceedings, quote, consistent with this opinion. The opinion made it clear that the program was unconstitutional because the development of the program, not the program itself, the development of the program lacked public notice, the opportunity to be heard, and did not satisfy the sustained yield provisions this board is tasked with upholding. In the past 48 hours, we've been racing to understand this emergency petition process and are working on a written RC in response. Our preliminary review has found that, in many ways, an emergency petition is a tempting tool for the state to subtly defy the ruling of the Superior Court and circumvent the public process. For it seems that the pre-adoption notice and public comment procedures do not apply when the board promulgates an emergency regulation. And it's largely for that reason that there's a state policy that emergencies are, quote, held to a minimum and rarely found to exist. By attempting to position this as an emergency, the state, it seems, hopes to exempt itself from requirements of due process and sustained yield otherwise expected in the traditional Board of Game process. That is unlawful and, from our perspective, highly unethical. The state is asking to redefine an entire program as an emergency because it lost a court case. And I ask, what could be next? If a group wins litigation, another user group in this room, that is remanded back to the same Board of Game who disagrees with that ruling, what's preventing the issuance of these so-called emergencies? In our forthcoming RC, we will outline why this program does not constitute as an emergency, and it seems all we can do is hope that you read that letter. Certainly, we are all concerned about the stability of the Mulchatna caribou herd, but why is it suddenly sought to be managed by emergency petition? If there isn't bear control this spring, can ADF&G prove that Mulchatna herd recovery will be significantly delayed enough to bypass the public proposal process, even if the board were to call a special meeting? If this was truly remanded to the board in accordance with the judge's decision, there would be a proposal. It would be published with a public comment period and shared with the public, including the 84 advisory committees who have also never had an opportunity to formally discuss and comment on the program. There would be an opportunity for public testimony that doesn't expire for a sign up in 24 hours. ADF&G, law, and wildlife troopers would publish their opinions, and ADF&G would present their data. The board could deliberate the issue, which includes a disclosure and deliberation on the cost to private persons, which in this program would include financial impacts to bear guides, who also provided affidavits in the lawsuit. And that's another interesting point. In an emergency petition, it seems that ADF&G could submit a fiscal note after the deliberations, instead of discussing costs to private persons and the state during deliberations, as would be customary in the normal board process. In essence, this board could rubber stamp a program without any of those funding considerations being held on record. And finally, many people talk about the science or the lack thereof in this process, and I want to make it really clear that Alaska Wildlife Alliance defines science under a big tent, which is required to include Western scientific method and traditional ecological knowledge. There has been no substantive comment on the science, using that definition, of this program as it pertains to bears because there was never a bear control proposal to comment on. And so here we are trying to fit a square peg into a round hole by hastily classifying a bear control program that currently doesn't exist as an emergency, all while tangled in a court ruling that the state has yet to respond to. So I please ask that you reject RC9 and hold a sincere public process. We understand the importance of the Mulchatna caribou herd, and we wish to find a solution that is amenable to many users and many species. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much for that testimony, and I assure you we'll have those RCs in front of us whenever you submit them, and I assure you that every board member is gonna read them. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Wood.
I'm not a lawyer.
No. No, and I'm not going to go into that. I just want to know, you are obviously involved with the lawsuit. Was there any evidence presented, either Western science or traditional, to the court or to this body when it was adopted?
It's my understanding that the only piece of evidence the court allowed was the transcript from the 2022 Board of Game meeting. At that meeting, the bear proposal was created off of a Proposal 21 from the state, which was about wolf control on state lands. There was no bear proposal at all in that meeting, and so there wasn't. The great irony of this is that in the rush to get public comment, or in the rush to get this passed through, there's also no opportunity for folks out in the field or people living in that area to comment. There was no opportunity to have testimony on the record about bears at all because it wasn't.
That was my understanding as well. So there was nothing related to bears on the record.
Correct.
Okay. So we don't know what the court would have done had traditional knowledge been incorporated.
Yes, and I think there's a danger in, I worry that there's a conflation between anecdotal and public testimony, and the court found that there was only anecdotal mentions of bears, and that's, I'm not the judge, but to my mind, when people comment here, they have really important experiences that the board should take up. When they're asked questions out of context of a proposal or a specific discussion, I think that's what's regarded as anecdotal. It's not that their lived experience are anecdotal or any less valid. It's just that there was not an opportunity to provide comment on a topic specifically so you could understand the full context of that issue.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much. Appreciate it. You can go right into your personal testimony.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me this time. Again, my name is Nicole Schmidt. Firstly, I just wanted to say I've been engaged with the Board of Game and the Board of Fish, and I'd like to echo a comment made by the gentleman yesterday in support of the committee of the whole process that's used by the Board of Fish. In my experience, it leads to more informed decisions and is better for both the public and the board when the testimony is focused on the proposals at hand. I would also like to make a couple quick comments of my own about the Mulchatna Bear Control Program. And for me, it's been really difficult to orient to this program because there's never been a feasibility assessment published on this intensive management program, including the bear control program. And I don't know if that's because it's never been written or it was never made public, but without a feasibility assessment, it's very difficult for anyone, including myself, to understand the scope of this program. And something that I see a lot in the reports that I just wanted to clarify is that I think it's really important to have a discussion about what we mean by calf survival versus calf recruitment. And this is a subtle biological term that has really different meanings. And so I just wanted to take time to define that. Calf survival, this is a term most commonly used by ADF&G, regards to the ability of young animals to live through a specific time period. And that time period can be specific to the context that you're talking about. So in ADF&G's 2024 memorandum, they talk about calf survival and increasing calf survival as being up to 5 months. Calf recruitment is the number of calves that survive to a certain age and become part of the adult population. And so I just want to flag that for board members as they review. Calf survival can mean a lot of different things. It can mean 2 weeks, a month, 5 months. Calf recruitment means that those calves survive to adulthood. So I just think that's important in your review. And in 2022, the calf mortality studies that were presented in that Mulchatna overview addressed calf survival during the neonate period. So that's the first 2 weeks of life. It's my understanding that after the first 2 weeks, that mortality is not known. And so I think this program was created with the intent of increasing calf recruitment. And when you're measuring success, I think it's really important to know you could kill all the bears and maybe, even if you could do eagle control, and calf survival could increase, but up to a point. So please understand the scope of what they mean by calf survival. And calf collaring is really key to this. It's my recollection that during the first year of the bear control program, the collaring effort stopped after maybe 1 or 2 collars were deployed. So there were not many collars in that first year. And I think that would be really good to clarify, because I've heard from people that I really respect who are supportive of this program say, if we stopped it in this year, all those bears would have died for naught. We wouldn't understand if this worked. And my response is, there was no baseline data. There was not a consistent collaring effort in the first year. To me, this program was never designed to understand efficacy. It was designed to kill bears and ask those questions later. And so, yesterday an ADF&G biologist testified on the difference between correlation and causation, and I please ask that you be mindful and inquisitive on testing those assumptions when you review this program, particularly when it comes to calf-cow ratios. If ADF&G makes a claim that the control program conclusively led to increased calf-cow ratios, please make sure that they explain that conclusion. And I really wish I had more time to talk about all of these issues, but again, because the program never had a public comment period and you have not really had a chance to hear these concerns, and so a lot of them have been aired outside the Board of Game process. The Professional Journal of the International Association of Bear Research and Management rebuked this program for that exact reason in 2023. And in the ADN alone, I've seen opinion pieces from former ADF&G commissioner and deputy commissioner writing that this program, quote, risks the credibility of the state's wildlife management. A former governor and a former ADF&G biologist from Reason 4 also published pieces critiquing this program, and 34 wildlife biologists signed an open letter to ADN concluding that, quote, there is a lack of clear criteria for evaluating this intensive management program. And I say all this, I'm very sympathetic to the question that Mr. Scott raised yesterday. How do you as a board hold these different interests at the same time? And I do think that there can be progress to that end, but there does need to be transparency and consideration of these real concerns about the details of this program. And that cannot be done, in my opinion, through this, it feels like a rodeo emergency petition process. And it just feels like it's a sneaky maneuver, and it's degrading trust in this process and the department. And I just personally think it's really unfortunate. But thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for that. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate all your time on the board over the years and all the work that you do with the Board of Game process. I'm just going to summarize my question really quick. There could be a lot of different nuances involved, but let's just say we go through and roll through with this and we discover that we just hypothetically end up with way too many bears and we identify them as a problem for the herd. Would your organization support this endeavor if that comes up?
Thank you. It's a good question, and this is, I guess, going back to me, myself, or Alaska Wildlife Alliance, so I think I answer as Alaska Wildlife Alliance to your question. Our organization is not opposed to intensive management, and in fact, we have a position paper. I'll attach it as an RC in our comments. And we're also not wholly opposed to predator control. The standards that we seek are echoed also by what the Wildlife Society had posted as the Alaska chapter comments on predator control. And it's basically that these programs need to have clear objectives. I think the most challenging thing for me in looking at these intensive management programs are that they feel a bit like zombie programs. They kind of never live or die because there's not the intention in the development of the project to understand if the predator control was actually effective. And so I think that there could be a tolerance of some predator control if we knew what the lanes were around it. And that has been, I think, biologists by and large are not interested in getting involved in politics. And I think that they've been commenting on it from the methodology perspective rather than the values of predator control or not. So in short, we would not necessarily be opposed, but we would love more information.
Thank you for that response. I appreciate it. Switching gears a little bit, since you've been around the process a lot and understand how this system works, what are your thoughts on Proposal 147, which basically delegates the authority of the Board of Game to the Commissioner as far as the clean list?
Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate the question. I personally was opposed to this proposal, and I followed this when it was issued as an executive order last year through the legislature. The legislature also voted it down. And I mean, I'll be the first to say that I think there's always improvements to the public process, but I do think that having it before the board, the clean list before the board, there are ways that the board could streamline the permitting process to have a more responsive action on the import of exotic species if it felt like it was necessary. But I think moving that away from the board strictly to the commissioner would be ill-advised, so I oppose that. Thank you.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Nicole. Always appreciate your comments. I'm just curious, are you familiar with other states' approach to exotic animals? And, I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this, but like goofy pets and stuff like that?
Not enough to speak into a microphone that's recorded.
No, that's okay. I do it all the time. I encourage you to do it. And I would encourage everybody in the room to maybe just take a few minutes and do a quick Google search and see what you can pick up on the side of the road in different states.
Can I respond?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if there's I assume the comment was that in support of that transferring the authority to the commissioner, and I just think that Alaska is such a subsistence reliant state that exotic species and exotic diseases would have a really big impact, and so I think we have a little bit different context than Florida or somewhere else, but without knowing the details, I can't really say.
You hit the nail on the head. You knew plenty to speak into the microphone.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Nicole. Good seeing you here again. I'll just keep on the topic with the clean list for my first question is, do you somewhat think that the public is also disenfranchised by having to go through the board cycles and timelines and requirements that probably most people that are, say bringing up some sort of bird or a spotted cat or an emu, that their unfamiliarity of how that clean list and how that public process actually works, that, instead of something that may take less than a year to figure out or have the department determine that, it's something that we could have in the state, possibly going 3 or more years before they'd even hear if they're allowed to have a certain animal in here or not.
Thank you. I confess to have never had a personal interest in bringing in exotic species to the state, so I don't know what the intent would be, aside from, hearing communities wanting to bring in animals for food security, which I do think could be expedited if the board felt necessary. So I don't feel that I have a substantive comment on that, but.
So my second question is, back to we've heard a lot of back and forth on scientists and biologists. So do you think it's healthy to have, scientists agree and not agree on a subject such as this predator control management? Or should it be that a list is created and said, these are the only scientists that have credibility on issues dealing with intensive management?
I think that having a static list of people is always going to be changing. I'm not familiar with how different biologists have agreed. I suppose, are you referencing that like the ADFNG is supportive of the program and other scientists?
Well,
are
there's always, you mentioned, a number of scientists that disagreed with the state and the Board of Game. And, we've also heard that we've got scientists and biologists, that agree with the department and the board, so.
Yeah, I'll try my best to answer. It's a good question. I think that scientists are trained to kind of not have opinions, ideally. And so in reading the concerns from the scientists who have published pieces, and honestly, I would prefer that these concerns not be aired out on Anchorage Daily News. I think that they should be before the managers and the decision makers in the room. I think that the question on that is when you're asking to define success, if the understanding of success is not clear across the people involved, there will be disagreement as to whether or not it's successful. And I think that that's why those nuanced differences between, for example, calf survival and calf recruitment is important, because you can have one very well trained and very, an expert saying calf survival increased, it's a success, and someone else saying, I don't really care about calf survival up to the first month. What I care about is calf recruitment. And so what I think is that there has not been clarity in how to understand if the program is effective, and that's leading to contention. I don't think it's under contention that calf survival is to a point. I think the contention is, does that matter in the scale, in the context of the Mulchatna herd recovery? I don't know if that answered the question, but.
No, I think you did a good job. Okay. Thank you, Nicole.
Thanks. Any other questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Nicole. I really appreciate your testimony today. You mentioned that AWA supported intensive management under some circumstances. Has AWA ever come before this board on prior intensive management proposals and come in with supporting that particular proposal?
I can only speak to my time. I wouldn't offhand off my off the records. In my time as executive director, we have not. We have been neutral or have not commented on some. And I wish I had it in front of me, but I'll attach that position paper. But it gives an example. It gives examples of instances where we would be supportive. That position paper outlines our approach to intensive management.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know that you probably have a bar that you define in probably in your position paper. I'm just kind of curious that maybe that bar might be too high for us to ever cross, So you might believe in it, but how high is that bar, and can this board ever get over it? So I'd like to see that position paper. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much, Nicole.
Thank you.
And we'll call it Bill Shearwanet.
Good job on pronouncing my last name. So yes, I'm Bill Shearwanet. I'm a writer. I've actually covered Board of Game and Fish and Game since the mid to late 1980s up to the present. I don't cover it nearly as intensively as I once did, but I stay current with the main issues. And but it's been a while since I've spoken to the board, so it's good to be back. What brings me here is an important issue, and I'll start with this. Everything that she said goes for me too. And mainly, I came to speak out against this emergency petition, and for all of the reasons that many people opposed to it have given you, the same is true for me. I really believe that this emergency petition is an effort to circumvent the court ruling that went against the state, and the petition, which I've read through a few times, in some ways would be laughable, except for the cruel slaughter of bears that would happen. The cruel, and I would say unnecessary slaughter of bears that would happen if the board approved this emergency petition and came out with an emergency order. So even in, and I think whoever wrote the petition inserted this line, trying to cover all bases, I think, but it's laughable. By submitting this petition at the beginning of the March meeting, of all interested parties are afforded an opportunity to comment. That's inherently ridiculous. But I think because of what the court ruling was, Fish and Game is trying to cover all bases, but it's not covering them very well. So enough said about the emergency petition. I want to comment on a few other things that have come up, including the idea that Mr. Brett was just posing, which I think was a trick question. The idea of having a list of acceptable experts that can be referred to. The fact is that a number of very highly and widely respected wildlife scientists, several of whom once worked for the Department of Fish and Game, have come out strongly against what has some of us now refer to as the Mulchatna Bear Massacre, and I'm not sure what else you can call it. And at the same time, that Fish and Game increasingly is losing its credibility. I've partly for the reason that Fish and Game officials, first of all, administrators and upper level managers ignore the feedback of their own researchers. So several researchers who have worked for the department, and several have left because of what administrators are doing or not doing, paying attention to their work, have indicated that several factors have influenced the steep decline. For a while it was steep. And there's no evidence that predators, whether bears or wolves, were among the major factors that affected that steep decline, if you look at the researchers' work. Another thing about Fish and Game's managers is they sort of take an approach of, trust me on this. But if you try to get information out of Fish and Game, it's like, no, this is information that is not available to the public. You have to go through an information request, and even then you don't get a lot of information from the Department of Fish and Game. And Fish and Game makes it very, very hard to oppose with your own information or statistics because I'll end with that, except.
Oh, no, you can go ahead and finish up that thought.
Continue with my rant. Okay, one example would be this whole thing with the bear population. One of the great things that I think that came out of this recent court ruling, and we'll see if it stands, if it gets appealed, whatever, but the fact that the Department of Fish and Game and I guess the Board of Game, the state's wildlife management system, needs to consider the sustained yield of predators as well as the prey species that you are managing. This makes it a whole new ballgame if that court ruling is sustained, because suddenly you can't just go out and kill as many wolves and bears as you want. You actually need to consider the impact on the bear population, and this gets to one of the core issues with the whole Mulchatna bear kill, is Fish and Game, right from the get-go, as others have pointed out, does not have any current or even recent information on the bear population in the area where the control. They're extrapolating from nearby areas, and based, I think the most recent census was something 2012 or something. And it's like, come on. So I'm not trying to offend anyone, but from those of us who are wildlife advocates, we're advocates not just for bears and wolves, we're advocates for all of Alaska's wildlife. But when we're dealing with this kind of stuff from the outside, it makes for testimonies like this. So anyway, I really do appreciate your time and the opportunity to present perhaps not a mainstream point of view. So thank you very much.
Thanks for that testimony. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bill. For starters, I don't believe I was trying to have a trick question for Nicole, but if she thinks I did, I apologize to her right now. My question was really related to credibility of science and biology. When you have different opinions in the professional field of science and biology, we have to somehow determine what is credible and what isn't. So that's what I was trying to drive at.
Yeah, that was probably a cheap shot, so I apologize.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that testimony, and we're going to take a 10-minute break and come back on the record. public testimony, and I'll call up Dan Montgomery.
Thank you, Chairman Fletcher and board members, for this opportunity to comment on these statewide proposals and the 19C sheep proposals. My name is Dan Montgomery, and I'm a 43-year resident of Alaska. I lived in Southeast for 3 years, the Arctic for 8 years, the Matsu Valley since 1993. I have served on the Matt Valley AC approximately 18 years, and I'm a master guide. I make my living guiding for sheep, mountain goat, and brown bear. I have personally taken rams in all 5 major mountain ranges in Alaska. My public comments are PC 81, and also when I was making my public comments, my whole thing got deleted on the website, but I also have RC 43 with a list of proposals that I support and oppose. I support Proposal 99. I authored this proposal. It would leave in place the aircraft restrictions known as 207 from August 10th to August 20th, and that is when 70% of all the rams are harvested and 90% of the sheep hunters hunt. From August 21st to September 20th, you could still not approach closer than 1,500 feet or 500 yards from any sheep. I put this distance in to make clear that you can't approach close to a ram and try to determine whether it's full curl or not. You would still be able to fly through the mountains and look for a place to hunt without worrying about being turned in for spotting sheep. This aircraft restriction has also almost eliminated resident aircraft owners from hunting sheep after the opening days for fear of being turned in for spotting sheep and possibly losing the aircraft. There shouldn't be any worry about that if they are not buzzing or harassing sheep, and adopting this proposal would eliminate that concern. The public perception is that it is illegal to fly through the mountains to hunt sheep if you're not going straight to or from a camp, and this proposal makes it clear you could. This board's finding on 207 in RC 38 from the statewide meeting in Fairbanks in March of 2016, which I submitted as RC 41 here, already states that you can hunt sheep that were incidentally spotted while placing and removing hunters in camps and maintaining camps. By adopting this proposal, hunters will not have to prove that the sheep that they were hunting were incidentally spotted. Up to 2024, there had never been anyone charged with spotting sheep during the season, but there were several investigations by troopers each year, and by adopting this proposal, it would eliminate the time and money spent on these unnecessary investigations. As a guide, we are required in our ethics regulations before we place a hunter in the field, we must advise them of the availability of the game they are hunting in the area where they are going to hunt. This just would make it easier to do that, but it also, as far as ethics go, that's under our ethics rule that guides are required to advise their clients of the availability of game in the area. And I don't know how you would do that for sheep or in most of Alaska when 90% of the hunts are accessed by aircraft. I oppose Proposal 97 and 98. These proposals would expand the aircraft restriction known as 207 by 9 days before the general season opener on August 10th and keep it in place for 25 days after the general season is closed. There is no justification for doing that. The only seasons these hunts would affect the only season these days are during these days are the youth hunt from August 1st to August 5th, and the archery only hunts in 14C that run to October 10th. There is no evidence of aircraft being misused during these hunts currently. 90% of all sheep hunters access their hunt areas in aircraft. This restriction would be in place for everyone, for everybody who's flying in for the season opener, and it would be impossible to enforce. When 207 was put in place, when it was trying to be rescinded since, then this board has always pointed out that you could still legally spot sheep to prepare for your hunt up until the season are over, and these proposals would eliminate that and take it away, this opportunity. They would not, as some people have suggested, that it would even the playing field for everybody. This would not even the playing field for everybody, because the youth hunts would still be able to go out and spot sheep up until their hunt started on August 1st. And it takes that opportunity away from the general season hunters. And it's completely not necessary, and it comes down to ethics and whether you think it's fair chase or not. And there's everybody's got different opinions on that, but I don't think that's necessary. I support Proposal 94. This proposal would clarify how to determine full curl rams by viewing them only from the side, level with the bases of the horns 90 degrees to align in the middle of the horns and that ends at the nose. This would not change any of the definitions of full curls, only on how it would be determined. This would only eliminate the so-called tube test, which I've always viewed as a farce since the department came up with it when they started sealing sheep horns. There would be no turning of horns up, down, sideways to give them the optical illusion of completing a 360-degree perfect circle. I have personally looked at 3 rams that were determined by the department to be sublegally and were confiscated, but the prosecutor refused to charge 2 of them, and they were returned and because they were very close to being legal under the tube test. And the 3rd was actually taken to trial, found not guilty because one side passed the tube test. None of these rams were even close to being full curl, being 1 to 2 inches shy of the bridge of the nose and being more in the 7/8 category.
Hey, Dan, you're kind of over on time here. Are there
Oh,
any
I am?
other?
Okay.
Yep. Are there any other high points you want to hit on? If not, I'm sure we'll have some questions for you.
I guess that'd be it. I was going to comment a little bit about 192. I've hunted over there, personally guided over there, and I'm very familiar with that area. But if I'm out of time, I didn't say I was out of time.
Do you have any questions for board members? Member Wood.
Yeah. On the sheet that we have, that list of the people testifying, they have 190 down as part of your subject matter. Were you going to testify on 190?
I was just going to mention a little bit, yes.
I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on 190 for just a little bit.
Yeah, just very short. I support 190 with a small amendment. I would amend it to keep the resident season open for 2025 from August 10th to August 31st. The last 2 years, the residents have only taken 15 rams for a 20% harvest success rate, and will have little impact on ram population and should retain their opportunity to hunt in 2025. And I think these are a good compromise. You look at the participation, and there was only 47 resident hunters and no non-resident hunters last year. They took 10 rams for about a 20% success rate. The residents are having very little impact at that remote location where these hunts take place, on a ram harvest in that area. And I think they should have the opportunity to hunt.
The next question I have relates to your proposal 99. I'm sure you've read the wildlife trooper's response, or have you?
I don't know if I have or not.
Well, I'd suggest you do so. They apparently have no problems whatsoever with the dates being changed, but they do have problems on 2 different issues that you raised, and one's the distance requirement.
Yep.
And being unenforceable. And then secondly, even if they jump that hurdle and able to prove the distance issue, the word intentionally being inserted in because it's a whole new burden of proof. Are you wed to the idea that that word intentionally has to be in there?
You mean incidentally or? You mean intentionally get,
The way that the troopers interpret it is that you have to prove the pilot was intentionally closer than the established distance, not just that they were negligently within that distance. Is a burden of proof that would be essentially unobtainable. And I'm reading from the wildlife troopers report to us.
yeah, the reason I put the distance in there, because it limits how close you could get. And
It's not the distance that they're addressing. What they're addressing is the burden of proof that you put in there that really makes it unenforceable. It's what they're saying.
Well, basically, the whole 207 concept that's why there hasn't been anything prosecuted for the 9 years prior to this, because it is very hard to actually, have hard evidence to do that. But I put the distance in there, just because of that. So it was made clear that buzzing sheep was not allowed.
Let me encourage you to sit down with a wildlife trooper and see if there's something that could be done with that. If not, that's fine. We'll vote on it as presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dan, for your testimony. A couple things. The first one is there's 3 criteria to make a sheep legal.
Yep.
Either full curl.
Yep.
And however we measure that. And then broomed on both sides, and then the 8 years. Are you comfortable with those 3 criteria? Would you like to see those changed, or you like where they are?
Absolutely. And the handy dandy that the department put out doesn't have the tube test in it, but it's actually been taken to court, and they have used it at times. They don't other times. I've seen them seal rams that were sublegal that they didn't do the tube test with. Okay. But it just to me it's an optical illusion. There is no sheep ever probably ever taken that actually was a full curl where the tip of the horn touches the base of the horn. You're looking at it from the side. So that's where I support this, because it takes the guesswork out of it, whether you can turn the horn and maybe make a perfect circle out of it with 360 degrees, and it's just an optical illusion if it doesn't actually come up above at least an inch above the bridge of the nose and make full curl.
Okay, follow up. Second question I have is on your proposal that you authored, you wanted this spotting to stop after the 20th of August. I mean, to allow it after the 20th of August.
Yes.
And you said that about 70% of the sheep and 9% of the sheep hunters were already done by that time.
Yep.
And which I've heard those same figures from the department. Did they give you figures for if we move that to the 25th? How many more sheep hunters are out of the field, and how many more sheep were
I do not have that. No.
Okay.
No.
And then the third thing is we have split seasons or split access in other areas, Delta and I think Tok, where there's a walk-in non-motorized hunt, and then there's a break, and then there's a motorized hunt.
Yep.
And are you familiar with those and how well they work?
I am familiar with those, yeah.
And they seem like they work okay in your mind?
They do. In 14C, we have 3 different seasons for rifle hunting. Right. And that's, one starts on August 10th, one starts on August 23rd, and one starts on September 5th.
Well, I was just talking more about access, so.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I had, thank you.
Yeah.
Dan, I got a question for you.
Yep.
Since I have you up there, how easy is it for you to count how old the sheep is by looking at it through a scope?
It depends on the ram, but generally speaking, Dall sheep are a whole lot easier than like a bighorn or a desert bighorn. Some of those you can't even see the first 3 or 4 rings a lot of times. I've only killed a few rams over the years that I actually counted rings on, but they look like great big old rams, heavy bodies and stuff. And when I got to them, they were 10 or older. Stuff. The removing the age restrictions on 95 and 96, those, if you did that, you're going to create a sheep that will be unkillable. Harvesting legally would not be possible. We had a big ram in 2003 that was 9 years old. He was 2 inches shy of full curl, and he was 40 1/8 inches, and he went 173 6/8 record book ram, and he was never going to be full curl, and you could not harvest that ram under those if those that age restriction was taken out of there. And that's just, and you get the same thing with moose with brow tines. If you got a big moose, you got an old moose with just 2 brow tines, and he cups up and he's never 50 inches, you can't legally harvest that bull in those areas, and he's going to sit there and breed his whole life. And I've seen him where their son looks like that, and the grandson, I mean, you just get this little pocket of these stunted animals and stuff, and so, you know, but it is fairly easy on most Dall sheep to count them. Some of them are extremely easy. I find that the last year, that year's growth ring can be really hard to see, especially on an older ram. That particular ram that we killed that was record book, I counted him probably 150 times, and I got 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. And I was still nervous when I walked up to him. And the guy said, "Well, aren't you happy?" I said, "Because I haven't counted his age rings yet when I got up to him." But you've got to be able to have some kind of an age class to take them at, because otherwise these rams that are never going to reach full curl, you cannot harvest them.
I got one more question for you. You know, over the last 5, 6 years, goat hunting has become like extremely popular, and
Yep.
it's I don't want to say it's really catching on, but there's a lot of really avid goat hunters. Do you think it's time that we have a conversation about maybe adding goat in with sheep with these flight restrictions, or do you think that it's appropriate? I know a lot of mountain ranges, like up north, it doesn't even matter, but when we're talking about the Chugach or we're talking about the Kenai, it matters.
I don't know why we would. There's no conflict out there. Certainly, you're flying in and you can see sheep or goats on the mountain. Goats are white too, so you're above tree line. They are definitely seeable. But I find that goat horns are all over the place as far as if you got a great big mountain goat, you have an old mountain goat. If you got a smaller goat, you probably have a younger goat, but sometimes that isn't even appropriate. But I've seen 3-year-old goats with 10-inch horns, and I've seen 12-year-old goats with 8 5/8. So I'm talking about billies and stuff. But personally, I fly through that country. I got a helicopter guy up there that's just driving me nuts right now because he's landing on every alpine meadow, and he's really pushing my goats all over and stuff. I don't think there's any problem with that. When it comes down to ethics, we can shoot a brown bear off of a boat in the ocean on Kodiak Island. It's allowed right now. And to call spotting something from the air like a sheep at a half mile and saying that's not ethical, but to shoot a brown bear off a mountainside on Kodiak Island from a boat sitting in a bobbing boat in the ocean and calling that ethical, I think I have problems with that. Yeah.
Good comment, Dan. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dan.
Yep.
Good to see you. Quick question, maybe a little bit of takeoff of Member Loring's comments about the one about possibly changing the scouting after the 20th because 70% of the hunters are out of the field. Do you think that number would change if we implemented that, and that 70% of the hunters might shift to?
That's been the norm forever. I don't think having the current restriction that didn't make that more. It's always there's just most people participate in the sheep hunt in that first 10 days to 2 weeks of the season. That's just what they do. And the average resident only hunts about 5 days. He doesn't even stay in the full 10 days, before that. That's just what they've always done. I don't think it'd make anything. And like I said, you can incidentally see them now and still hunt them. And this just takes that worry out of it. I'm not advocating that you just go in there and buzz a sheep and try to determine if he's full curl or whatever. I'm just saying it shouldn't be illegal to fly up a canyon and you see a sheep a half mile away on the mountainside and it's illegal. It's just not necessary. It's just, and if somebody wants to hunt sheep and not hear an aircraft, you need to go someplace else besides Alaska, maybe Northwest Territories. But they have a 3-hour limit on them with helicopters. You can land on a ridge top and you got to wait 3 hours to hunt sheep in the Northwest Territories. Yes.
Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for serving on the AC all those years and continuing.
Thank you.
Proposal 124 was interesting to me that you supported, which is defined permanent dwelling. Do you have a situation or a thought on why you supported that proposal?
When I was doing some bear baitings, and when we were doing bear control over here in 16, there was a trapper's cabin on this little slough in the back there, and I saw him use it in the winter. That's why I knew they were trapping out there and stuff. And yet you couldn't put a bear bait within a mile of it. And it's completely, during the summer and stuff, there's no way to access where it was at. You can only make it by snow machine and stuff. So, I just think, it was more intended for that. I can see if you're putting baits too close to some cabins, there's a chance that bear might break into a cabin then and possibly doing that. Having a year-round open season, that makes it available so you can actually take care of those problem bears without having to defense of life and property, and stuff. So I think the year-round seasons has really helped that, and stuff, that you can take care of these problem bears that are breaking into cabins and destructing.
Thank you. And another one is, I see you supporting the bison to, afford those opportunities, those people that lost their opportunity once they drew a tag. And I know you have an incident where one of your friends or great acquaintance that drew a tag and the Board of Game wouldn't give him an opportunity. And it was a once-in-a-lifetime non-resident tag to boot, and then not even a chance to put in the drawing again. So my question is the department's kind of all over the board on situations when people drew a tag and then there wasn't availability of a species, and they would, move their hunt or not allow it. And then we had the bison thing with you. And we have the disclaimer in the newspaper, in the drawing application. Do you think it's maybe that we come up with something that, because it's something's always gonna happen? We got legislation one year because somebody drew a valued, I think it was a moose tag, and the recipient died, and, the family wanted to go memorialize the hunt, with that tag, and, so it created a statute that allowed somebody that died that drew a tag to go hunting, a family member to go fill that tag. So do we need to come up with some sidebars, or do we need to have just some definite language so we're not put in these situations every time an event happens?
My personal friend, stuff, I put him in for that, and that was in 2020, COVID. They closed the last week of the season. So he had already pushed it to the very end. And him getting in there and even having an opportunity then would have been, pushing it. But it is unfortunate it's a once-in-a-lifetime job for a non-resident. But these people, they didn't have the opportunity to hunt, and it was a population and issue, and they decided, at a certain line, we're going to draw it here. And I'm not advocating that the cow hunters should have permits again. But I believe there was 27 either sex hunts that were canceled. And I think if you gave those people those permits over the next 3 years, and that was my idea with RAC, to make it over 26, 27, and 28, 9 each year to those people, and still they issued 30 this year for bulls, and that you could still issue 21 tags to the other population. But it is extremely hard to draw those tags. If they put in all 6 of their choices, there's $60 they invested in it, and I've invested in it for years and years and years and years. And so having that taken away without an opportunity, but letting other people still do it, I don't think it's out of place for the department to say, hey, these people, they actually got lucky, they draw those, and to compensate them for it, but still leaving the public have an opportunity to hunt too.
All right, thanks, Dan.
Yep.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Dan, thank you very much for
Thank
that
you.
testimony. And we'll call up Deanna Kosbuck.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Board of Game and support staff, and also thank you, Dan, for always bringing chocolate chip cookies. So, for the record, my name is Deanna Kosbrook. I'm from the Antna region on my maternal side. on my paternal side, I am a descendant of also the Bristol Bay area region. A lot of my day job and my work is cultural preservation and getting into regulatory processes, and so this is a new language for me, and learning a lot and getting to meet all of you guys and talk with you guys, and so I do really appreciate that. And it's I spent the last day and a half just thinking of, what's going to be affecting our area. So I wanted to speak on Proposal 87, the prohibit of boat for harvesting ducks. In our region, the last couple of years, we haven't been able to participate in a spring duck harvest because our lakes and our ponds are still frozen. So the most participation in harvest for ducks are in the fall time. This last fall, we had a pretty good turnout for our annual bird camp, and youth were able to successfully harvest ducks and hand it out to the elders from other tribes in our region. And we're also working with the AMBCC to change our dates for our spring hunt. So being able to use a boat or a canoe, that's important for us in our region. Another proposal that I don't support is Proposal 126, the night vision use for harvesting wolverine. I don't support that. That's my stance on that is it's more of a knowledge. It's passed down. It's something for trapping, and concern is over harvesting. As you heard today a few times of how everything is, the ecosystem. So when, things get unbalanced, that's our main concern is over harvesting. And, you hear it a lot, especially from our region because we're on the road system. About a week and a half ago, we had a death in our region, and we couldn't get a moose because we're not seeing them out there. So that's, that ties into that over harvesting. That's something we should be thinking about. And how I mentioned a lot of my daytime work is cultural preservation. I work with alongside and with the tribes in the state of Alaska, and I'm always reminding them, we're here to work together. We're here to find a solution. We're not here to be against you guys, but we do want to see that we have stuff for our natural resources, our cultural preservation, our language for the future generations. I'm a mother of 3, and I'm raising my 3 kids and as best as I can in our culture and our traditions. So, and then I wanted to speak on Proposal 132. I support that, the prohibit of non-residents using snow machine to harvest wolverines. Again, the concern is over harvesting. Proposal 133. I think it states that prohibit of snow machine use for residents to harvest wolverines. I don't support that because for residents, they've worked pretty hard to get that passed in the past. So that's part of, that's just part of how they can harvest in their regions. I think that's what we need to think about because we're here for statewide. We're a big state, and we need to think that you guys are making decisions for the whole state, which is 32 ecoregions. Thank you.
Thanks a bunch for that testimony, Deanna. Do we have any questions from board members? Any questions? If not, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Deanna. I'm very sorry you guys weren't able to get a moose for, I'm assuming a funeral potlatch. And, but I'm curious on your over harvesting with using the night vision optics and forward. It seems in your region that you have multiple opportunities that the Board of Game and the state have provided for wolves due to the abundance and, you know, the IM projects that are going down there. That are you really concerned about, you know, over harvesting wolves? And you know, lynx are on a really, you know, cyclical, and I don't think they're super popular in all of 13 down there, but there are good areas for them. Is that really a concern of over harvesting with some people trying to, you know, harvest animals at night?
No, well, from my perspective and from what I see and what I know is that the trappers that we have in our region, they're very respectful and ethical, and they don't, you know, go in other people's trap lines. So I feel that they're respectful on that and they understand the importance.
Okay, thank you. That's a very good answer. Thank you. Thank you for participating again, too.
Thank you, Al. Member Al.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deanna, this isn't a question, but since I know your boss is sitting behind you, I just want to compliment you on, over the years, you know, being here at the Board of Game, all the work with AMBCC, excuse me. And it makes me very confident in a bright future in many of the things you're engaged in. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that testimony. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And we'll call up Thor Stacy next.
Mr. Chair, if I'll do APHA's testimony first.
Sounds good.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Thor Stacy, and I'm here on behalf of the Alaska Professional Hunters Association. Our comments are public comment number 5. The Alaska Professional Hunters Association is a trade association representing hunting guides here in the state. APHA has been involved for, I think, 52 years or so. For your reference, we submitted record copy 191. I want to give a little bit of high-level background on guide allocations here in the state. So again, hunting guides are a very small portion of the pie. Overall, we represent 3% of the total allocation, and that's actually a generous number. I'm sure on a hunt-by-hunt basis, it's less than 3%. 86% of Alaskans' guides are Alaskan residents. Over 60% of the economic impacts brought by the hunting guides in Alaska are left in rural Alaska. The average guide business is very small. It takes less than 10 hunters per year. 30% of the direct revenue to the Division of Wildlife is attributed to our non-resident clients. Overall, 72% of the Division of Wildlife's budget comes from non-resident hunters' license and tag fees. Talk about concessions. APHA has advocated for concessions for a long time. Since the 1988 Osachek decision, we've been looking for a solution on state land. We know what the impacts and the outcomes of the state land concessions will be because concessions have been active and in use on federal land since the early 1990s in the fallout of that 1988 court decision. Stewardship and the ability to add value to a limited number of hunts are an outcome of concessions. Stewardship is promoted because guides have to compete for these concessions on a scheduled basis, and they can lose the areas for conflicts, for violations, for any kind of violations to the terms of their limited lease. Based on the experience with the federal concessions, the Board of Game has historically supported concessions on state lands going back to, I think, the Murkowski administration and even slightly before that. This board's on record I think close to half a dozen times, informal support of concessions, either to commissioners in the executive branch or to the legislature. The big thing with concessions is you can limit the number of hunts and opportunities we have, but in the fallout, our small businesses remain viable. The opposite is true with drawing hunts. Drawing hunts crush the viability of a small guide business. Once you put our hunts on our livelihood or access to the resource on a random draw, you don't have the ability to plan, you don't have the ability to maintain your workforce. Again, most of the guides are Alaskan residents. And so you have the same outcome from a conservation basis. You reduce the number of opportunities, but as far as getting the maximum benefit of that limited allocation this board affords us, or the state affords us, we do a lot better under a concession type management system. Furthermore, with drawing hunts, there's not a stewardship incentive. It promotes guides that get a few drawing opportunities to essentially race for the game and try to outcompete other folks that get those drawing tags to advertise the fact that they did great and get more potential clients to stuff the ballot box. On the sheep proposals, I'm going to switch to proposal 190, the 19C working group proposal. We have a oppose amend position in our written comments, and I want to clarify exactly what that means. Our concern is that if you just pass that proposal and then don't choose to continue the work of the sheep working group and finish off that management plan, the project would fall short. So we're flagging an opposed position, not because we're necessarily opposed to that as a path to reopening hunting. We just want to make sure that that management plan and that group finish its course. And we think that there's still some work to be done, even if you act on that proposal. Regarding the allocations that are proposed as the drawing split as part of that proposal, you do have a non-resident allocation policy on the record. We're happy if you accept the proposal as written, as long as you build a record around why you chose to take the allocations as recommended in that proposal. So as long as there's some discussion vis-a-vis your non-resident allocation policy on the books, we're happy with that as a process. So again, clarifying why we have an oppose amend position.
You can wrap it up.
And then I'll not run far over, even though I have a little bit here. The legislature passed Senate Bill 189 last year, which contained the hunting guide concession statute. That statute is on the books. It's become law. It's the law of the land now. Yes, it is a subject of ongoing litigation, not directly having anything to do with concessions, but having to do with the legislative process that the bill was passed by. And yes, there is another bill in the mix now to fix that or to moot that litigation risk to the program. In that bill, an existing statute, you're asked to designate a pilot program area for the concessions. That's the law of the land now, and that we would urge you to make sure if you act on anything in Proposal 190 that you at least follow that statutory guidance that was passed by the legislature last year as it exists currently. Secondary impacts of litigation and legislative process aside, all of those things are unknown. What we do know is that is the law on the books as it stands now. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll rest my testimony for APHA.
Thank you, Thor. Any questions from board members? Member Barrett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Thor. I was reading your guys' comments and, your opposed / amendment for 190. And then a couple times in there, I seen that you used the language, to build or promote a conservation-based sheep management plan. And, and further on, you did discuss a little bit is, currently that management plan is full curl. We have it in place already, and you raised a question to the board, is that acceptable? Does the public accept it? And so I appreciate that. So maybe you can give me a little more thought on on what that thought process when you guys wrote them comments up.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, appreciate the question. It's accepted that the hunting did drive the declines in Unit 19C. So reopening, having a proposal as the outcome of that process to reopen hunting is not necessarily a conservation-based action. It's really an action to address reopening public access to that resource. We're on the record supporting Proposal 101, the intensive management provision for sheep. But there's some other things that group can look at. There are nutritional concerns potentially, even if they're not valid. Discussing them and putting them in the ultimate management plan, I think, is important. There's potentially some study opportunities with sheep that, again, having a discussion as part of a management plan is very appropriate, and making some recommendations for additional study and research. That's a natural outcome of a management plan. There's opportunities for land use partnership. One is evident in the recommendation for concessions on state land, but there may be other opportunities. So from our perspective and looking at other management plans, the group's made a fantastic effort. They've come to general consensus on a proposal to reopen hunting, but there are other things that can be considered as far as helping sheep populations rebound or rebuild. And we just don't want to see that stop just because you acted on a hunting proposal.
Yeah, thank you.
Member Wood.
Just want to thank you for your testimony, because I was looking at the recommendation of the group, 19C group, and I couldn't figure out why we'd get involved in designating something as the pilot program, and your testimony clarified that. Thank you very much.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thor, thanks for your testimony. It's good to see you here again. Hey, I've asked a lot of groups about the Mulchatna Caribou intensive management work, and you represent a little bit of a different group of folks, probably, potentially with a different perspective. So has APHA discussed it, and where are they at on it, things like that?
Through the chair, Director Scott, thank you for the question. It'll be a little bit of a kind of a broad and specific answer, if that's okay. Broadly, the court decision calling into question the process of the board is obviously concerning for any member of the public, us included. So the court's finding that public process wasn't adequate to support keeping that regulation on the books, that's a flag. So from our perspective, working to address that is important because the program itself is important. We've heard a lot of is the science adequate and all of those kinds of things. I think Member Wood's done a great job of highlighting the department's emergency request and really what the metrics are to make a decision from that emergency and then the subsequent discussion afterwards. But from our perspective, the science is pretty, maybe at the front end was, kind of, there was some things that maybe could have been fleshed out a little bit better perhaps on the front end, but the fact of the matter is most of the bears that have been taken have caribou in their stomach. I watched all the reports and the scientific presentations in the last region meeting. Brucellosis is not, while there is positive disease, there is disease findings within that herd, it's not showing anything in the biometrics as far as affecting caribou herd or health or fat or health of the animals or fecundity. There's strong, from the presentations in the last board meeting, cows are gaining weight while they're pregnant. That's a strong indicator that habitat is healthy and there's room to grow. We have innovative science where when cows are dropping calves, there's a little ping and they're going to check out these calves instantly. From our perspective, the weakness is far from the science. You got a little bit, your hands whacked on the spanked. I think spanking was used earlier, so I'll stick with spanking.
Spanking was a term used.
Spanking as far as process, and that is very important. I'm a member of the public. My group cares about your process, and we don't want to ever be, have a problem with that. So as far as process and procedure, that clearly needs to be worked on. But as far as the science and, you have constitutional commands for people's health and well-being, and food security and access to wild animals is a big part of that. So I don't, from our perspective, we're not worried. We actually think that the whole program probably added to the scientific discussion so far as opposed to the other way.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Thor? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thor, kind of changing the subject a little bit. You represent a large group of commercial guides, and they do a lot of sheep hunting. Have you talked a little bit about the criteria for what designates legal sheep as far as the full curl, and not how full curl is measured, but full curl and then double broomed in 8 years? And do you think those are adequate? Would you like to see those changed or left the same?
Through the chair, Member Loring, again, I think we put in our written comments that that's another opportunity for a venue or a group like the Sheep Working Group to kind of chew on a little bit. We have members with different positions on that, so I can't come to you with a consensus on where our membership is. I can tell you that when proposals were put forward to change those criteria, we didn't have a basis for supporting a change.
Thank you, Thor.
Any other questions for Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had one more that I had forgotten about. I know, Thor, you're very familiar with the recommendations from the Sheep Working Group in Proposal 190. In their second recommendation from the 2026 to 27, there will be a temporary draw with the 80-20 split. Is it in your impression, or do you believe that the RS 380 hunt would continue and not be restricted while that drawing hunt is posted?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, the priorities are subsistence, general opportunity, non-resident. So in my view, if you were to act on something like that, not offering the subsistence opportunity would be contrary to your allocation priorities. So it would be understood, at least from our perspective, that the subsistence hunt would occur.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, Thor, thank you. You can start your personal testimony.
Great. For the record, my name is Thor Stacy. I'm providing my personal testimony. I am employed by the Alaska Professional Hunters Association. I'm a registered lobbyist for the group. I represent the group in the legislature, and then, of course, here at the Board of Game, where I sit now. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I currently live in Juneau. I've hunted, trapped, and fished as a state resident user, a federally qualified user, and then, of course, as a commercial user. I currently hold a federal concession in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. I have done so for 15 years, and I've been guiding, I think, for 25 years. I pretty much owe everything that I have to sheep and sheep hunting. I grew up just north of Wiseman, where we mined, and Wiseman is sheep country. And then I had an interest in that, as an adult. When I got into guiding, I had more of an interest in animals than I did in shiny rocks, I guess. But when I got interested in guiding as a young guy, as a miner, you have a claim and you mine on your claim, and that's the way it works. There's no such thing as like unlimited entry in the mining world, really. There's some recreational creeks, I guess. But so when I learned that there was a difference between, I think I was 18 years old, and I learned that on state land and on federal land, they were managed differently. There was guide areas on federal lands, and there was unlimited number of folks on state land. I made a choice as a very young guy in hindsight to work for guides who had areas on federal lands, because it just made sense to me. It would be better. I didn't have a real intuitive or nuanced thought process, but it just seemed like it would be a better way to go. And that's continued on through my career. And I still hold that opinion, although I have all these reasons for it now. When I was younger, I had less reasons. So in my professional role, I lobbied heavy for the sheep working group and to, instead of going at this board, when you guys closed 19C just to non-residents, which singled out one allocation, there's a lot of cause for us to take an approach that went after the board for going after one user group, right? Instead, we lobbied heavily for a sheep working group and to develop a management plan in 19C. Take it on a positive note because the animals have declined significantly. And I wanted to offer some of my perspectives on your challenges and that group. Over the years, you guys have been bombarded by lots of reallocation proposals for sheep. And that's even when the sheep numbers were really high. It wasn't 5-6 years ago, sheep surveys in 19C showed the highest amount of sheep surveyed and in 20A and some of these other heavily used units, and now they've dropped 60 to 80%. You still had the allocation proposals. You still had proposals in front of you that didn't have a conservation basis to just change how many non-residents and by extension how many guides had opportunity to operate. So the allocation cry hasn't changed regardless of the population status. That's a challenge that I think you guys have. Full curl, I've only ever hunted under the full curl management. That changed around the early 90s, and I was not big enough to pack a sheep, so I've only ever hunted under the full curl regime. Early on, I kind of questioned it. I made personal decisions as an outfitter to sometimes leave mature legal rams on the hill and spend a whole bunch of time and effort to go walk a long distance to go hunt another band of sheep after we took a ram out of there. I had personal biases that, maybe full curl, I should do some things on the stewardship side and selective harvest that spread out pressure and kept some of the weight off of those sheep. As time's gone on, I still probably make those decisions, but I can't find a rational reason or a scientific reason for making those decisions. The hard parks, areas managed by draw, areas managed by concession, areas open, sheep populations seem to go into a similar way depending on the weather or other factors. It doesn't appear that how we hunt them really makes that much of a difference. That being said, the Board of Game and the Federal Subsistence Board both have rejected full curl management, one in the 19C closure and then some other federal closures on the federal side. In my view,
You can finish up.
I'll wrap it up real short. Absent that discussion and some parameters, we've heard loud and clear that the 19C sheep working group is literally saying that, yes, we understand full curl is mostly good, but in some cases not. Absent that discussion or a list of findings coming out of that group, future boards confronted with all these reallocation proposals, all of this pressure on you to change how you structure sheep allocations don't have a lot of guidance. You have a golden opportunity with the 19C group now to work through with the department and their managers and researchers. You have a golden opportunity to do a little bit of refinement on that, because as a board, you've rejected, and that's over the department's concerns or perspective, and so is the federal side. So from our perspective, we would kind of like to know what's the best way to manage human take of sheep moving forward, and we think that group is a golden opportunity to do that, or I do. I want to clarify, that's very much me speaking at this point. So with that, I'll cease my comments.
Thank you. Any questions for Thor? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Thor. Good testimony. I was doing a lot of research for a while now about sheep, just trying to brainstorm and see what I could dig up as far as history and all that. And I was going to pose this question to Mr. Wainheimer, but he's not here. And since you're my close second to Mr. Wainheimer, I'm going to ask you, as far as sheep knowledge, in the past history of sheep, at one time there was 3/4. You could shoot anything over 3/4. Then it moved to 7/8, and now we're at full curl since 1992. And during what I was reading there, it said when we moved to full curl at that one study, it said lamb production almost doubled when we did that transition. So in times of shortage or low abundance of sheep, and there's been some talk about it here at the meeting today about going to maybe a curl and a quarter. Do you think that would help us in low abundance times, or is full curl the main threshold that we can't get any more benefits out of?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I think, so going back to when sheep, I guess I'll couch the answer and trying to, in a comparison. Let's say in the late 2010s, Joe Want did the regression study, right? Where he looked at how many sheep are being harvested, but how many of those sheep that are being harvested were available to be taken before, were they escapement, basically? Were they legal for X number of years? I understand that number's changed now. So after the sheep have declined, like in 2022, I'm just going to throw out round numbers that I know are not accurate as an example. I think maybe 60% of the sheep, when they were abundant, had been available for harvest before. And then after the sheep have declined, maybe 30-40% of the sheep that are being taken were available the year before. So I think that, and then you have the hard parks, which you have no harvest. So you have an easy control. So if you can demonstrate that areas, because you have the horns in front of you, you already know what you've taken, it's kind of like managing by harvest instead of by survey. If you can show that there's more lambs born at a higher rate, where there's more legal sheep left at the end of the season, then I think you're onto something and you would want to slow down the harvest. But if you can't demonstrate that there's more lambs with more older sheep left, then there's something else going on that's not the harvest rate, if that makes sense. And I think it's pretty easy because we have hard parks where there's no hunting at all. So if you don't see more lambs where areas are closed to hunting as compared to where areas are open to hunting, then it's probably, there's other controls. I'm not a scientist, but it's a pretty good bet that it's not the human harvest that's affecting how many lambs are born or survive. So that needs to be, I don't have those numbers, but 19C has both hard park and open areas. Denali National Park is close to it. That needs to be looked at, because if we're reducing the number of lambs born the way we're managing them, then we need to take that into account. So I don't have a direct answer, but I have maybe questions on how to get to an answer maybe someday.
Thanks. I was trying to figure out if I was going to ask you this question on the APHA testimony or your personal testimony. I'm going to ask it in a personal testimony. We had some testifiers earlier today that said, the state has blatant disregard for apex predators, like brown bears. In your opinion, does the state have disregard for brown bears? Does the state value brown bears?
Well, through the chair to the chair, I would say no. The state absolutely does not disregard predators, not even close. Not only is it settled at the Supreme Court that the sustained yield and mandate goes to predators as well as prey. That's established law. Like, you can't act contrary to that. So I would say that there's that basis. But then there's an interesting facet of the Mulchatna caribou herd controversy. There are, interestingly enough, guides, and you take that as a commercial user, so they're getting a benefit out of bears and other animals. There's guides that are opposed to the predator control program based on the value of bears that they bring. They have an economic value, just like taking pictures of them. And then there's guides that support it based on competing values, which is more caribou. So taking my user group as an example, some might argue that hunting guides value bears too much, and then some might argue that hunting guides value caribou or moose or sheep too much. So I would say that that tension of valuation means that no, you are not disregarding and those inputs that are coming to this board are in no way diminishing the value of predators to the state.
Thanks for that. Any other questions? If not, Thor, thank you very much for your testimony, and we'll call up Tony Henry. All right, we'll have a first call for Tony Henry, and we'll go to Rob Jones Jr.
To the board and through the chair, my name's Rob Jones Jr. I'm a registered hunting guide. Most of my hunting guiding business is conducted in 19C. And I'm just here to support a handful of proposals. I do support 102, which is their basic reopen non-resident sheep hunting in 19C. And I've backed up that with two other proposals, 103 and 107, which were written with very long explanations of why it should be reopened and or rescinded, as mentioned in 107. And I believe that it should be reopened or totally shut. Go back to a conservation and concern of the sheep type of closure instead of an allocating the harvest to just one user group. And I also support all the state guide concession that the Doll Sheep Working Group has put forth and the APHA and everybody else. And then that's all I got to say.
Rob, thanks for that testimony. Do we have any questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rob, for coming down here or over here. Do you yourself, do you believe there's a conservation issue with sheep in 19C?
I believe if it continued to decline, I spend probably somewhere between 70 and 90 days of every single year of my life there. And in the last two winters, I can say I saw a slight improvement the winter before. And last winter, I saw a noticeable start of growth there. Growth being lamb survival. And the biologist I did mention it to the biologist in McGrath, and he agreed with me back in July or so. And he had come up with about the same numbers that I had.
Great, and thank you. Thank you again for your testimony.
Hey, Rob, I saw you at the sheep working group. I know you were there for a little bit of the time, and I don't want to put you on the spot if you're not prepared to answer this, but what are your general thoughts? What was your take on that process and the way that, the group kind of worked through some of those questions?
I was there to learn. I thought the whole method or the whole step to get this guide concession thing off the ground, and then also the guide to get multiple user groups back onto 19C made sense. It was written by Mike Litzen, it started with his and had, all ideas changed. And I felt like that it was a very good plan to do it. I do know it's kind of hard to stomach some of the draws and closures and all that, but I feel like it's something that needs to be continued to be worked on. It's something that will work.
And I have one other question for you. I asked Bobby Fithy in this, and you're one of the people that will know. Do you think that supplemental mineral feeding would aid sheep in that country?
I would say in extreme weather conditions, probably. And he was talking about the mineral end. There are plenty of minerals there, but if it's years that it's hard for them to get to it, I would say that some sort of a mineralization plan would work.
Thanks for that. Any other questions? Oh, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. I just have one more, Rob. I just thought of it as if the draw portion was implemented where residents and non-residents would be on a drawing permit. Do you believe, or what are your thoughts on what would happen to the registration sheep hunt 380? Would there be a lot more Alaskan residents wanting to partake in that?
The RS 380, and I'm not positive, I might need to ask Brett, but I believe that hunt, once you register, you cannot use an aircraft to do it. Is that right, Brett? So that's going to knock down that thing. It's too far away for somebody unless there's a serious snowmobile rider that wants to go out there. I'm all for leaving that open, youth hunts open, all things that have basically no effect to the population.
Okay, thank you.
Rob asking Brett, was that kind of like a committee of the whole deal?
Yeah.
A little
No,
bit like
'cause I don't know the rule books as good as he does.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thanks a bunch.
Okay.
Do board members, we need to take a short break. We have 2 more AC testimonies. They're kind of long. Should we just roll into them? Okay, we need a short break here, and then we'll roll into the last 2 testifiers. Thanks. And if you want to do your personal testimony as well, you can.
Thank you. I was about to ask if I can do that in the end. It'll be brief. But first, Whaka Council. Huyuchnunak atka nalikutaro kuin kakameungunga. Lawyer aron rito, biologist aron rito. Good afternoon, members of the council. I just introduced myself as Nalikudach in Yupik, which is my Yupik name. And I also said that I'm from Quinhag and that I'm not a lawyer or a biologist. But I'm sure you maybe got that, I don't know. I'm here on behalf of the Central Bering Sea Advisory Council, where I serve as vice chair currently. And this is my second time speaking to you all. The first time was last year in Kotzebue, where I was there on behalf of my tribe, the native village of Quinhag. And as a result of that meeting, I wanted to thank you all for the moose extension that was allowed for us in Quinhag. The extra opportunity helps a great deal, especially when we no longer have access to our Malchatna caribou herd due to low numbers. And I'll have more on that later. So I'll be brief to summarize the proposals that our AC group felt more strongly about at the last meeting or had discussion about. And in the notes, it shows we have so many, but I kind of narrowed it down to 8. So starting with Proposal 86, require mandatory harvest reporting of sea ducks. We unanimously oppose this because it adds more burden to the subsistence user was the main reason. Proposal 87 was, we also opposed to restrict the use of boats for waterfowl hunting. We live on the coast, so most of the waterfowl hunting we do is by boat. And for Proposal 123, allow remuneration to be provided to proxy hunters. We supported this amendment, or the majority supported this with an amendment to only allow compensation through gas, oil, ammunition, maybe some grub if needed, but not to include money. Proposal 129 and 130, they were similar, so we kind of grouped them to establish a minimum standard of centerfire rifle cartridges for taking big game. Our AC strongly opposes to both 129 and 130. We felt it was hard to, we felt it had more to do with shot placement than the power. The power which could also affect the quality of the meat if it's, too high power. And we also had the emerging young hunters in mind who often learn to hunt starting with the 223. Proposal 131 require ID tags to be attached to traps and snares. We supported with an amendment for the rule to only apply to traps on land and not underwater. We were keeping our blackfish traps in mind for this. It would be really hard to, and maybe senseless to ID those. The group felt that the ID, though, would be more helpful to the traps closer to the villages where there's more. Proposal 132, prohibit non-residents from using snow machines to approach and pursue the take of wolves and wolverine, which we unanimously supported this as predators are already dangerous animals to approach, let alone by snow machine and maybe, and there was also a concern of the non-resident part also. RC 9, so intensive management for Malchatna caribou herd, our AC is very much in support of the continuing intensive management for the Malchatna caribou herd. For my community and many more in the region, caribou used to be our main food source until 2020 is when we stopped hunting them. And with the decrease in numbers in caribou, there is a huge increase in numbers in predators, and not just brown bears, not just wolves, but like others said, coyotes as well. And one rabid coyote actually attacked my dog right in front of my house one time. And another time, I opened my door to two cubs finishing up my dog's dog food outside. And the mom was on the road guarding, but they were like literally right in front of my door. And these kind of instances are happening more and more in the village. And that concludes the AC portion of my testimony, and since you already gave me permission, Mr. Chair, I'll make it brief. So more on the intensive management, as I usually don't support predator control efforts in general, I do support intensive management for this herd that we so miss. What I do wish, though, is for meaningful consultation with communities that are most affected by these proposals, or this proposal in particular. And in this case, those communities are mostly indigenous knowledge holders of the YK, Delta, and Bristol Bay regions for the Mulchaltna caribou herd. And that indigenous knowledge is not anecdotal. Koyana for the opportunity for me to speak today. And lastly, as Nick Kamara from Aniak said yesterday, no questions, please. Just kidding.
Hey, Jacqueline, thank you very much for the testimony, and just a compliment for your meeting notes are very, very good. Any questions from board members? Member Wood.
Not a question, just an observation. Going back to Karen's earlier testimony about in 9,000 years, the language did not have the term for coyote. I noticed in your introduction, you did not have a term for lawyer, and there's got to be a story in that.
I forgot to mention that. Thanks for reminding me. We also do not have a Yupik word for coyote, lawyer, even biologist. Or actually, we do have a nickname for biologist, maybe.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Hey, Jackie, thank you. Sorry, I'm going to ask you a question, and you touched on it a little bit during your testimony, but you know, the control program has been going on for 2 years. This would have been the third year, but you said some about it, but maybe you can expand on it a little more. But have you or others been seeing bears since the program started around the village or in the area?
Yes. Yes, there's still a lot of bears. There's always a lot, of all the big game, we see more bears than moose and of course caribou. So most of our big game in my area consists of brown bear. And yeah, like as I mentioned before, we have more and more instances where they're coming into the village.
Yeah, thank you, Jackie. I was glad to hear that, because the program is about a little over 100 miles away, and I'm glad that you guys, you know, I don't want them digging in your garbage and eating your dog food, but it's nice to hear that there's still bears around, and thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Jacqueline, and thank you for speaking in your native tongue. It sounded really, really nice. I'm glad you told me what it said. I was interested in proposal 88, which was the wood bison, adding it to the cultural and educational list, and I was interested. You know, I read your comments on that, and it gave a perspective where you really don't have wood bison in your area, but you still supported it for in the future for use if they migrate down from Shagluck and that area.
Yeah, sorry, I had to go back to the notes. It's been a while. And the credit should go to our secretary for the notes. Stan Atchik, actually. So for proposal 88, we supported it. If we're going to, if they're gonna move down to our area and we don't have caribou anymore, it would be, more opportunity for food security, and maybe cultural practices can become cultural practices.
Great, thank you. And the other one that was really interesting to me was Proposal 123, which was the pay or remuneration for proxy hunting. And I thought your AC was, really thinking and going, we don't really want to monetize it, but we'd like to have the option of trading, giving some gas or ammo or gear so somebody could help, go get a proxy animal and bring it back to the village and distribute that. So maybe a little bit of conversation and background on that, how you came up with it.
I think that already takes place in a proxy hunt in a lot of our villages. It's just common. We're giving people, and especially our elders, they practice giving in the old way. And of course, if a hunter is going to provide for them, they gladly, offer gas or ammunition. And sometimes those hunters don't take it, out of respect. So, but we wouldn't want it to involve money.
Yeah, just one last thing. I thought I remembered, maybe it's been like 7-8 years ago, but I don't know if it was exactly in Quinnahock or if it was right near there in one of the other communities where a lady got attacked by wolves while walking out there. Or was that, am I not thinking that correctly?
Further south.
Further south? Oh, okay. Okay. And I could try to keep up on my geography, but.
It's okay. A lot of things happen in Quinhag.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. You did a very good job, and we thank Stan for the wonderful note-taking he took for us.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for your testimony. And our last testifier this evening is Walter Peter.
Hello, Board, Mr. Chair. It's been a long day, y'all. Try to keep this short, hopefully. Briefly review the proposals that were presented to us. I just wanted to point out that our meeting was through teleconference, and it took 2 days, so there was a difference in number of votes, as you can see. So Proposal 87, our AC oppose this proposal, the restriction of boats, just because it just makes a hardship on us when we're looking for dinner. What would it look like if we had a bunch of ducks in our boat and warden came by and we were in our boat, so it just practice that we live off the land, so we tend to hunt from the boat, whether we're sitting in the boat hunting or not. So I just wanted to mention that. Proposal 88, RAC supports Proposal 88, adding the wood bison to the list of species allowed. Proposal 89, we support Proposal 89, educating hunters, outside hunters, it's good practice, we thought. Okay, so this goes to we bunched a bunch of the 102 proposals, 102 through 114. We opposed all proposals for 19C from 102 to 114 due to conservation. Just, we do believe in conservation, so we just wanted to support that, support the board's decision.
Okay, so 115, the winter sheep one, we support the winter sheep one for local hunters unanimously. Want to state that. 116, we support 116. 117, we oppose 117. 118, we oppose 118. 119, we oppose. The 119 is the boundary change for, I believe it's down Lower Yukon area. We wanted to support a lot of the tribes and their decisions down there to, to try to build their game population, their moose population, and from what we understand, that this border change would allow more outside hunters into that area, and we just didn't want to. We didn't think that would be a fair decision based on a lot of what the tribes were doing in that area on predator control management techniques they're using, trapping wolves and bears and whatnot, try to build their moose population. So we think that's a good part on their behalf, and that we should support their decision in trying to preserve some of that. Okay, so yeah, I lost my spot here. Proposal 120 is the 25C and 25D boundary change. We support that unanimously. It would just make more sense to align that 25D border along the Steese Highway from Circle to the Birch Creek River. Make it easier for hunters and local hunters. Okay, proposal 23, the remuneration proxy, another long word there. We support this. It just gives if the person in the proxy hunt who's receiving the game, wants to support the hunter by providing gas and, food and whatnot, ammunition, it should be allowed, we thought. Proposal 126, 127, 128, we oppose the night vision proposals unanimously. Proposal 130 is to establish the minimum standard for center rifle cartridges for taken moose. We were kind of split on this. We voted four yeses and 2 noes, 2 abstention. They decided not to vote, but yeah. So some of the members felt like they're able to take moose with 223, and then there's some instances where we actually seen crippled moose along the river. So, but yeah, overall the board supported 4-2. 31 is the identification tags for traps and snares. We oppose this unanimously, 8 votes. Thought it would just be too much burden for local trappers and out there in the bush areas. I don't think this would have been a good Alaska statewide proposal. Maybe it's more maybe it would have been more better focused on the urban areas. So we oppose that. And see here, proposal 132, forbid non-residents from using snow machines and from approaching or pursuing wolves in Wolverine. One thing that we looked down and also noticed that 133 was written by the same person, and what was their real intent on these proposals, 133 and 132, and so we oppose 132 and 133 together. That's one thing when you're out in the trap line, personally thinking when I'm out in the trap line, if I seen a wolverine, I would want to take it. And, it's a opportunist out there in the bush, when you're living off the land. And one thing we do is, we tend to hunt wolves by snow machine. We're allowed in 25D, so we're allowed to approach wolves and wolverine. And we wanted to preserve that, and, it was just too much. Okay. So we're on proposal 134. We support 134. 148. There was a little bit of confusion understanding a lot of this wording, and overall that we opposed 148, 4-2 vote, 4 oppose and 2 support. 149, we support this on a 5-1 vote. 150, unanimous 6 votes. 151, 6 votes, unanimous support. 151 and 150. 152 is, starting in 152 in the reauthorization of the antlerless moose seasons. And that is 152 to 162, I believe, maybe more. Let's see here. Yep, 162. We unanimously oppose any antlerless moose hunt, just due to the thought that we might be creating some kind of hardship on fall hunters hunting bull moose in the fall. And so, out of conservation, we didn't believe that there should be any antlerless moose hunts. And also 163 is there any moose hunt in Unit 21D? We oppose. 163, 164, 165. Yeah, we tend to conserve every now and then, but just because we only take what we can. And then it goes to the end, 167 and 168. We support the idea, the concept, but understanding the board's authority and changing those regs. But we just wanted to support those, support the concept and supporting the concept also in 175 and 176. Thank you. That's all I have.
Hey, thanks a bunch for that testimony, Walter, and thanks for traveling all this way to give it to us. Really good notes here from the AC. Do we have questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. It's good seeing you again, Walter, and thank you for keeping trapping alive in Fort Yukon. It's always good to see new generations up there. I'm interested in how difficult it was to have your AC meeting. That was all done on Zoom. Is that what happened?
Yes, it was Zoom and telephone.
Oh.
We had to stay online for about a half hour and wait for members to call in, but we got together.
Were you able to communicate with each other?
Yeah, we actually communicated pretty good. I had the reg book in front of me, reading them out, and it was it went along better than I thought it would. Usually, these regs, they go 4 hours. I could see it, you guys there for 7 days.
Just one other one. You're another community that don't have wood bison in the area, but you were supporting adding wood bison to the cultural and educational permit for, could you give us what you kind of discussed or what your kind of thought process was?
So we wanted to support the local AC there in Minto area. That was the main discussion. And I also believe that there's a lot of talk on the Yukon Flats wood bison in the future.
Very good. Thank you. It was very good testimony.
Any other? Member Loring?
Yeah, just real quick, thanks again for your testimony. I did get to tune in a little bit on the Zoom meeting with you guys, and it worked out good. Everybody was clear, and so I appreciate Kyle Campbell setting that up for you guys and me being able to participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Brett?
I forgot one. It was in my paper. Remuneration for proxy hunters. You guys supported it, but then you kind of talked like you kind of agreed with the Central Bearing AC where they would amend it to not have money involved, but use ammo, gas, gear, and things like. So what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's kind of what our thoughts were. There's a lot of wording in these long proposals sometimes, and that's just basically how we thought we understood it.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for board members? If not, thank you very much for the testimony. Thanks for traveling here and sharing all that with us.
Yeah, thank you.
And with that, go ahead.
Can I just mention one thing?
Yeah.
One thing, just working on the ACs there, and the biggest obstacle we have is minutes. So it'd be nice if we had a department agency to take care of the minutes. It would be nice. Thank you.
I appreciate that plug. Member Wood?
I don't have a question. I have a question of the chair, but not of the testifier.
Sure.
Did Ken Chase testify and I just didn't check him off?
Yeah, so Ken Chase, he's with the Gash AC, and he'll be here a little bit later, and he's going to testify before the proposals for his specific section.
And the two people that went through the first missed meeting or missed time, when did they testify? I just want to make a clean slate.
Oh, yeah, sure thing. So I'm going to give their second call tomorrow morning. It'll be the first thing tomorrow morning. I'm going to have a second call for both of those individuals, and then we'll go into deliberations.
That's what I was trying to find out. Thank you.
Yep, yes, sir. Any other questions? Awesome. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Those are the simple things.
Yeah.
When you get down into that lower ranks, I would have thought you'd already had that figured out.
I would have finished it tonight. I would have finished